right? Which is good. That means I can sit back here. And I think it's 10 o'clock. Are we all ready? Okay. Sorry, deciding how to set this up. I feel, do I seem quite loud or no to everyone else? Okay. All right, it is 9 a.m. and I'd like to call this commission work session to order. We will, don't have anything to bang, which I don't need. We will begin with the roll call. Let's just go from the left, our new commissioner.
Scott Merriman.
Ken Bounds from Seattle.
Good morning, Mike Latimer from Yakima.
Good morning, Holly Williams, Vancouver, Washington.
Good morning, Lori Conley from Spokane and currently in Spokane.
And I realized I didn't introduce myself before I started roll call. I am Sophia Dannenberg, the current vice chair of the commission, and Commissioner Rod will be absent for this meeting due to an emergency in his family and friend group. So we hope all is well with them. And we will call on Director Dupuy to introduce staff.
Good morning. Thank you, Commissioner Dannenberg. Today with us, we have Deputy Director Mike Sternbach, Administrative Services Director Laura Holmes, Parks Development Director Heather Saunders, Stewardship Director Lisa Lance, Operations Director John Crimmins, looking right at me and I'm like, what's his name? We have our Human Resources Director Amber Erdahl, our Communications Director Claire DeLong, our Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Director Jeanette Chien. Today, we are missing Owen Rowe, our Director of Policy and Governmental Affairs. Owen will be in and out today as the ledge is in session. And our Tribal Relations Director, Jenna Bowman. Of course, we have our Executive Assistant, Becky Ellison, running things for us today, and our Assistant Attorney General, Andy Wu.
Thank you. Are there any changes to the agenda? Changes to the agenda? No? All right, and Becky, are there any logistics that we need to know about? Right, I am going to hand it right back to Director Dupuy for the 2024, and if you want to go straight into 25-27 commission priorities.
Thank you so much. So last week, I sent the commission a document with the 2024 commission priorities. Just to recap a little bit, typically what has happened in the past is every year the commission has come together in a planning meeting to discuss new priorities for the upcoming year. And in many conversations with the commission over the last year, we talked about moving more towards a biennial sort of approach to commission priorities. And one thing that needed to change is the priorities are part of the director's performance agreement, and the performance agreement is a yearly document. So we looked at carrying forward the priorities from 2023, so there were no major changes in the priorities themselves into 2024 and actually for the rest of the biennium. But what we did talk about is establishing performance measures for those priorities. So my excellent executive leadership team worked very hard in a very short period of time, and I really appreciate their effort on this to look at developing performance metrics that the commission can expect over the next year to 18 months as we finish out the biennium, now that we're firmly entrenched in our budget and we have a better understanding of where we can go. So the document, you have a document in front of you. It's actually item E1 for tomorrow for adoption, but today is a discussion to talk about if you have any questions about the priorities themselves, the performance measures underneath them. And you also may notice for commissioners that have been on the commission for a while, the executive performance metrics have changed as well. And so there's been a change to those with actual sort of hallmarks for me to meet performance standards for the listed critical elements. So I would just like to open it up to conversation. If you have any questions or concerns or comments about the document that you've received.
Mr. Bounce?
I would just add that the executive committee reviewed this with the director in our last executive committee meeting and suggested a few changes. And so there've been some internal review with at least the three of us. So. Well, actually, what I should say at the end of that, though, is I appreciate the fact that the director really took this seriously and looked at, and I kind of chuckled a little bit when she did this, adding more metrics and adding a little bit more, shall I say, discipline to the review process with some of the criteria and with looking at levels of achievement. And I just, I made some comment to her, well, that's the first time I've seen somebody want a little bit more direction and a little bit more review in their performance, but appreciate that. And she put a lot of thought into it and really appreciate the fact that she came up with some good metrics. I think it's worth, if you haven't, hopefully you've reviewed it. If you haven't, it's worth looking at to see what our expectations are for the rest of the year. And I appreciate that work, Director.
Thank you.
So my apologies. I went back and looked at the piece I had for this part today in my packet, and this wasn't in here. All the additional, was that in an email?
It was, yeah.
Oh, when,
We can have, yeah.
okay. Oh, okay. I feel like I guess I thought it was the same thing as what was in the packet. Oh, well. So
Is there, maybe it's,
It
is it-
should be.
yeah, I think it is.
Yeah.
Is there anything, I mean, I guess then, I mean, we thought we'd just open it up for discussion, but maybe if it would help the commissioners, if there's anything that Director Dupuy or the executive committee, Commissioner Connolly bounced, anything that feels like maybe we want to draw out.
I think it's the same, Commissioner Williams. I mean, what's in E1 for tomorrow?
I'm talking about the thing that came in the packet, the mailed packet. It's okay.
Oh.
So I think what would be helpful maybe is this looks great, but maybe if we have time on the agenda to just kind of roll
Sure.
through it a little
Yeah.
bit.
Yeah,
And
that'd be
that's,
great.
yeah.
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 You can highlight whatever is necessary.
I will-
Read every.
Yeah, some of them have quite a few bullet points. So I will maybe pick and choose a little bit, but you can kind of get the
Gotcha.
gist of what we're laying out there. And so what you can expect over the next 18 months. So we did not change any of the actual commission priorities. None of the verbiage was changed in that. So these are still coming off of 23-24. What we did do, if we'll just take the first one about develop formal working relationships and protocols with Native American tribal governments. And then there's a sub-bullet under there, A, which is about building relationships, sharing information, and address issues of importance to tribal governments related to park management, construction projects, interpretive projects, and cultural and natural resource protection under state parks jurisdiction. And so you'll look at the bulleted, there's 3 bulleted items underneath that performance or that priority. And those are the performance metrics that staff has shared. So from our tribal director, we're going to complete the initial meetings with all 29 federally recognized tribes. develop an adaptive a tribal outreach guidance document in collaboration with agency staff and affected tribal nations, and initiate batch consultation letters to improve efficiency and effectiveness of communication with tribes regarding park projects. The next one is about expanding opportunities for everyone to experience the outdoors. From our DEI team, they are going to work with some community organizations such as Outdoor Asian, Team Naturaleza, Yakima Valley Farm Workers Clinic, the Wenatchee Cafe, and Department of Services for the Blind to provide outreach events in parks this year. One of your metrics was also about demographic mapping to help guide where to target outreach, evaluating NCLI applications, and partnering with local school districts. So underneath that, staff has initiate the Everyone Outdoors pilot program. This program provides a free Discover Pass to groups and organizations who serve and or represent communities who face barriers to participate in the outdoors. This was in consultation with DFW and DNR and the Pro-Equity Anti-Racist team. We also are continuing support for the Washington Trail Association Emerging Leaders Program. The DEI team also submitted a joint proposal with the Washington Trails Association, and they're going to present at the National Outdoor Recreation Conference this year, a 45-minute presentation on career pathways and partnerships for BIPOC early professionals. And then we're investigating the Department of Health demographic mapping metrics designed for Climate Commitment Act funding requests to determine the usability for our state park programs. So that's what DEI will be doing on these metrics this year. The next commission priority was to advocate for consistent and meaningful funding and support for interpretation, including the development and delivery of interpretive experiences that are relevant to more diverse audiences and inspire memorable connections between the stories we share and resources in our care. So by April of this year, the interpretive program strategic plan will be completed. It will focus and guide the development and implementation of both personal and non-personal interpretation. They will develop and submit a legislative decision package for 25-27 to address staffing needs of the interpretive program, including capacity for the folk and traditional arts program, the interpretive exhibits program, and positions within parks and regions. The interpretive program will expand training, professional development, and support for field interpreters and staff who engage in interpretation in parks, including additional stewardship certification program training, certified interpretive guide training, and other trainings that bolster understanding and sensitivity when planning and delivering interpretive experiences for diverse audiences. And then work with IT to finalize a selection of augmented reality software and begin utilization of this technology in parks. I'm not sure if any of you have seen augmented reality software, but it's actually pretty amazing. The next commission priority is another DEI priority to continue efforts, actions, and commitment that integrate DEI practices into each organizational division and at all staff and management levels within the agency. So the DEI team will meet with agency departments in 2024 to better understand equity impact review topics and projects around department-centric business lines. They're meeting on schedule are meetings with the volunteer program, human resources recruitment, interpretation, the discount pass programs, partnership programs, and the reservation programs. And this is part of establishing our baseline equity impact review. By the end of 2024, work will begin on an agency-wide DEI strategic action plan, and that will be founded in the information gathered during the department meetings scheduled throughout the year. DEI will also complete 12 more Unpacking DEI Roadshow trainings throughout the agency and complete 5 DEI learning sessions for the executive leadership team. These sessions will be aimed at furthering practices and skills for all executive staff, incorporating pair team observations into decision-making, and completing the agency-wide DEI strategic plan. The next priority through the commission is to increase the diversity of staff to better reflect the diverse communities of Washington. So we will have continued efforts with the agency employee resource groups. We have a BIPOC affinity group, an LGBTQ plus affinity group, and the DEI mailing list for our employees. And we have statewide business groups, the Blacks United in Leadership Diversity, the Latino Leadership Network, sorry, that's a typo, it should be LLN, the Veterans Resource Group, the Disability Inclusion Network, Washington Immigrant Network, Rainbow Alliance, and the Hawaiian and Asian Pacific Islanders. I forget what the E stands for, but another network, and how they tie into with our agency employees in their satisfaction and how it helps retain people with marginalized identities in our workforce. We plan to track diversity data trends to determine how many diverse candidates apply versus how many diverse candidates we hire and understand where and why they fall out of the evaluation process. We will partner with the PAIR team to evaluate our recruitment strategies and provide input into how we can broaden our outreach to diverse candidates. Ensure general neutral language and that are in recruit announcements and they're accessible to diverse audiences. Evaluate the job requirements of our positions to ensure that requirements reflect the knowledge, skills, and experience to be successful in the job, but not screen out candidates based on potential impacts of institutional racism. And then determine strategies we can implement to create career pathways that are inclusive. We want to ensure all hiring managers take the mitigating implicit bias in the hiring process training prior to initiating a hiring process, and then share a demographic data with hiring managers to create awareness and encourage and educate hiring managers on the importance of diversifying interview panels. The next commission priority was expanding overnight accommodations to keep up with increasing demand. So we will complete an internal baseline assessment by May 2024 to better understand the opportunities to efficiently add new campsites to existing campgrounds, complete Camas data review to understand occupancy metrics by May of 2024, and develop a communication campaign to inform campers of parks with available camping. We are also hoping to consider at least 2 opportunities in 2024 to expand overnight accommodations with outside entities. And that might be partnering with properties owned by or managed by a public utility development or other resource agencies. The next commission priority is improve the agency's ability to deliver projects on time within budget. This is a sub-bullet of this is to thoroughly assess and implement improvements to the capital project delivery systems, planning projects, and linear trail work in order to reduce project completion times, enhance internal agency collaboration, and maximize timely use of capital and operating budget allocations. So in Parks Development, our metrics for this year are to establish the Parks Development Facilities Project Scoping Team, establish the positions, identify the roles and responsibilities, and document the process. Enhance our internal agency collaboration and coordination across the biennial budget development cycle for capital and grants. The development team is planning to schedule quarterly meetings between the Capital Facilities Program, the region superintendents, tribal relations, stewardship, and regional maintenance for review and updating the capital improvement plan. And then complete the business use case, procurement, and deployment of a capital improvement plan software, which will include a visualization dashboard. Another commission priority is to reduce the amount of projects and funds requested in agency reappropriations. The performance metrics under that are to track project status and understand the factors relating to the number of projects completed versus extended or reappropriated projects. Develop trackable metrics to better visualize and tell the story of our reappropriations. And we've had a lot of conversation about defining what an agency, quote unquote, healthy level of a reappropriations means and what the variance will be for biennia with more or bigger projects. There's obviously a lot of factors that go into the reappropriation matrix. And so healthy is kind of a, sometimes like throwing a bumblebee at a puppy. So we're going to try to define that a little better. There is going to be a dashboard, or the commission has asked as a sub-bullet to develop a dashboard to track project progress that is accessible to the public. So the development team will develop and get the leadership team approval of a business use case at a January site team leadership meeting. By the second quarter of 2024, we'll have submitted a business use case to the IT governance committee. They will develop users group, procure and implement program for project tracking upon approval of the IT governance committee, and coordinate with communications to establish the vision and parameters for public-facing version of the project status dashboard. The last bullet point under this commission priority is to develop critical path schedules for the following major new potential park development sites: Nisqually, Miller Peninsula, Westport Light, Blake Island, and Lake Sammamish State Parks. So the Parks Development Team will track the Nisqually project using the capital project dashboard when developed, develop project plans for Miller Pen, Blake Island, and Lake Sammamish, and have the plans approved by Parks Development Director by February of 24. Continue to coordinate with the City of Westport to develop a project schedule for the Westport Light project, and provide quarterly reports on progress to the Parks Development Director to share with ELT or for use in Commission staff reports. The next priority from the Commission was to continue intentional efforts to align the agency staff to the mission, strategic plan, and Commission priorities. The first sub-bullet point
This is frustrating.
And the first sub-bullet under that is to initiate fleet electrification and energy efficiency strategies aimed to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 3% annually. In the existing 23-25 budget, we will purchase 18 vehicles, 12 trucks, and 6 cars, and 18 pieces of equipment, 8 UTVs and 10 e-mowers, which I believe I just approved the purchase for the 10 e-mowers just yesterday or the day before. Additional purchases will be subject to funds received via the supplemental budget. We're implementing a survey to determine replacement metrics for small engine equipment at the park level. So that would be your backpack blowers and weed trimmers, chainsaws, and things like that. So we have a better understanding of what our baseline metric is right now. We need to conduct a park level assessment of existing electrical infrastructure capacity to identify opportunities and constraints related to implementation of a statewide EV charging network, and conduct a park level feasibility assessment of high potential sites for solar panel installation projects and potential sites for wind generated electricity for park use that are appropriate to park landscapes and environmental conditions. The second sub-bullet of this commission priority is to advance the implementation of priority climate adaptation plan actions, including development of climate policy options, completion of sea level rise action plan, and incorporation of climate adaptation goals in the scoping and design of capital projects. So the climate assessment group is planning on developing a cross-divisional climate change education plan and conducting systematic climate vulnerability assessments for cultural resources with a focus at this time on the Northwest region. And those are the metrics for 2024 priorities.
Thank you. I might just go ahead and note, I know everyone's like, we read it all, but no, there was one more. So in the back, there was also some discussion within the executive committee about these sort of 3 levels. And I think that we had landed on these 3, that they'd be the level 1, 2, or 3, which is exceeds, meets, or fails to meet expectations. There was a little discussion about whether or not there'd be something in between these, but that this would be more clear just to have the 3. So this is also kind of new
Yes.
this year. So with that, are there any questions, comments, discussions? Commissioner Williams?
Oh, this is all really, very comprehensive. Thanks very much, Diana and staff. It's a lot. One of the bullet point 5, expand overnight accommodations to keep up with increasing demand. I think we're sort of realizing that we've also just lost some, and with the
Yes.
potential of losing more. I don't know how we address that, but I just want to flag. I mean, that.
Yeah.
but-
One of it is in this completing the CAMUS data review to understanding our occupation metrics, or our occupancy metrics. And part of that is understanding the capital projects that are happening that are going to have an impact on camping opportunities, how we can, if we can better mitigate for that, and how that might be able to be a part of the process. We also, as we look at the PASS program, we've talked about this before, and understanding how some passes may be influencing how our reservations are made. So we need to really understand those metrics before we can even think about, we may have more camping availability in our own system that we just don't, know about.
Understood. Yeah, I think I was also thinking of just the number of historic buildings we have
Mhm.
that, for instance, we had at Flagler, the barrack that we can't use now because of safety concerns, basically. That's sort of like accommodation that was taken out of the system. Unlike, most likely, we're going to have more instances of those
Yes.
kinds of things, and I don't necessarily advocate for putting that in this priority list. I just sort of.
Well,
Yeah.
it's, as we go into the segue into the next conversation about 25, 27 priorities,
Yeah.
one of the things we talked about is this idea of resource stewardship, which is obviously in our strategic plan. And I think when we think about resource stewardship, we think about our cultural resources and natural resources most predominantly. But I think there's looking at the built environment, whether that be historic or not, and how are we stewarding that resource in oftentimes I've heard this said many times with recently about the greenest building is a building that already exists. And I know that we can think of some of our historic structures and maybe that doesn't really come to mind. Right. But the thought of looking at what we have and even being more intentional about the current inventory that we have as opposed to just spreading out a footprint, because we've also have we have not challenges but more things, considerations when it comes to our footprint. We've heard of, and you will hear tomorrow about tribal impact, our recreational impacts group with our tribal representatives. And so we had to kind of relook about it. It's not just about expanding our footprint. It's about really looking at what we have and stewarding what we have to the best of our ability. Can we add a few campsites here in a park that is built on fill, that it does not have any cultural resources? Can we look at some of our historic structures? And maybe we don't do all three of them because the cost is like significant, but can we hone in on one to use as an opportunity? And so I think that looking at some of the metrics, and we've also talked, communications director DeLong and I about, since she's in charge of the reservation system, is making sure that communications in the reservation system is enrolled in part of the capital improvement plan, the software database, so that communications is pinged when a project is happening or when we're taking something offline. And so we can get that information out to our constituents and our visitors, and then maybe hopefully redirect them to where we do have availabilities throughout the state. So it's a very multifaceted sort of approach to this that I think we're really starting to understand.
I just wanted to comment that thank you for this. This looks absolutely wonderful, detailed, and probably the most comprehensive director performance agreement I've seen in years. So good job to the executive committee and to you for putting that together.
Thank you.
We're going to go on to the next. Oh, sorry, Lori.
I just,
Yeah, Lori.
Go ahead, Lori.
I just wanted to echo the thanks to Diana and the ELT for the work they put into this. And I think it's like, as Mike said, it's a very clear performance metrics. And I think it's really valuable. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and I'll just make a further statement about the other change, which again, credit Director Dupuy for this, being clear about, in the previous performance letters, we had language about not breaking the law, being ethical and being professional. And I think Diana looked at that and thought, well, what do they really expect? And laid it out in this form with the collaboration, ability to work collaboratively with the commission, being real concise about that, leading change, leading people, and professional acumen. And again, I think that captures better what our expectations as a commission should be about performance of the director. So I think this is one of those things, where we've had a long tradition of a certain way of doing business, and having a new director with a new perspective and a new attitude about it. I think we've made a significant jump up. So again, kudos. Thanks.
Commissioner Williams?
I don't know if this is the place to ask this, but just wondering where the length of stay WAC falls into, it's sort of related to piece number 5, but just thought I'd ask.
It does. I'm going to punt a moment to our operations director. I know that the length of stay WAC is being looked at, but I'm not sure where it is in the process.
Yeah, I think we've got it pretty well hammered out to where we would like to get it. I think it's just a matter of timing of how I mean, it's a considerable change, so we don't want to take it lightly, when we do that. So I think we'll be having a conversation, I think, next week with Diana about where we are in the process.
So yes, I mean, again, I'm gonna just echo what everyone else said. I think that this is, it's excellent. Honestly, I think it's that also, this sort of new method that I think Commissioner Bound suggested of continuing through the biennium has also allowed this opportunity for really developing something a lot more detailed. So I think it's really fantastic what you've done. I think it's very ambitious to have all the detail down for you and your staff. The only thought I had, and this might be part of the next discussion, but it might need to be a little bit part of this discussion, and apologies, it only just kind of dawned on me now. There was this question regarding the Climate Commitment Act money and the equity assessments that are required, focusing on overburdened communities. Understanding that, of course, this was written before that act, before that requirement around that funding existed. I'm sort of wondering, if we were going to see this sort of equity, environmental justice part of that's required in the legislation, would we see that kind of under, it's not kind of explicitly called out under what I would think like 9, which is where the money is being spent.
Right.
So is it a sub under 9, or is it something where we're going to have to find it in the DEI metrics?
My hope is to put it under 9 because it's directly related to, it's certainly going to impact some of the DEI metrics. I think there are some of the metrics from the Department of Health that will be very beneficial in our DEI work, but it is a box to check. I don't mean that to be disparaging about the process, but it truly is. It's something that we have to do for these dollars. So that's why it's not included in these lists. This is like something that we're going to have to do anyway.
I wasn't sure because I know that there's there's mapping being done, and there's other which could be really helpful for that process. So it kind of seems like there, but I'm like I'm not quite sure but I want to where would that fall. So okay, so it'll be interesting. As I said, it's something that obviously we did not know about at the time. So I think again, having it sort of, it'd be interesting to see kind of where it falls in terms of the assessment. Of course, I said every time I start this, it's requiring a restart and a new sophomore installation. So it's doing that now. All right, if there aren't any other questions or comments, I think we can move on to the next item. I'm going to start my laptop. It's screaming at me.
I do want to say it's there's thank you for your appreciation of this document. I spent a fair amount of time in academia, and so this is like my syllabus, and so I sort of need these sort of things to be successful in my own head. But for me, it's also really aligning, taking the time to align our executive team with the commission priorities in a very tangible way, and then align the divisions within. One of the metrics is to make sure that we have that alignment. You see yourself in a strategic plan, you see yourself in commission priorities. And I think an exercise such as this really calls that out, and it's beneficial, not just for myself, but down the line. So I really appreciate the executive leadership team's work on this. They did an excellent job, and I'm really looking forward to the rest of the biennium. This is great stuff. Okay, we're going to have a sip of tea.
Call on you. I see we do have slides for this item. Okay.
We do. This is, thank you, Becky, for this morning's edition of the slideshow. So the next item is the commission priorities for 25-27. Along with changes to the director's agreement, we have talked about moving our priorities to this biennial sort of approach. And so this is not how we've done planning in the past. There's a lot of newness to this, and it may seem a little process heavy, but I think as we're trying to hammer this out, that it's probably not a bad idea. And we want to make sure that we're doing things in a very meaningful way, and that everybody's on board, and we're moving this forward. So today, I'm just going to talk briefly about kind of how we got here, where we are currently, what we're looking at, what we've, as an executive team, have discussed about what sort of the next 11 months look like, and then hope to have a discussion to sort of further develop the conceptual ideas that we currently have, and then refine these developed ideas for commission priorities for an adoption in April. Because I think today is going to just mostly be about a discussion, because I had spoken with Chair Bounds about, the commission priorities, and he's like, well, what is staff thinking? And so this is sort of, we talked about this at the commission planning meeting, and this is sort of what staff is thinking, but now we really need to dive into what commissioners are thinking and what their expectations are. Next slide, please. So in late 2023, in November and December, we held 2 planning meetings. The first one was with the executive leadership team, and the second one was with the commission. With the executive leadership team, we had a discussion around our strategic plan, and we have a risk assessment document that had been prioritized throughout the agency about what we thought were the biggest risks to the agency. And we have developed this sort of what we call director priorities out of that. Next slide, please. These priorities, because we're also at this time, what's happening parallel is we're starting to gear up for the 25-27 budget ask. And we need some sort of guiding document to give to staff to say, these are the things that we're thinking about as an agency to guide our budget making process. So as you're thinking in your divisions or departments about what you may need for 25-27, know that this is the direction we're heading. So we had a discussion about a welcoming park system, a commitment to resource and environmental stewardship, and Commissioner Williams, that touches on what we had just talked about earlier about looking at the resources that we currently have and how we can better use them. And then just our overall confidence in agency business. So granted, these are pretty broad categories, but this is where we ended up. And then we moved into the strategic planning meeting, with the commission in early December. Next slide, please, Donna. Thank you. And out of our work with the executive team, we brought to the commission these conceptual categories of a customer experience, resource stewardship, employee engagement, and internal processes. You will have, next slide, please. You should have a document in front of you, just a basic Word document with draft written on it about the 25-27 commission priorities, where we kind of fleshed these out a little more. A customer experience, we had a conversation about increasing opportunities for community outreach, and there was a brief discussion on, are we focusing on youth? Do we want to continue to do that? Are we just looking at community engagement of marginalized communities, or what does that actually mean? We talked about long-term interpretation and education strategies and implementing updated customer service standards. In resource stewardship, we talked a little bit about implementing the climate adaptation strategy to reduce our environmental impacts and respond to the changing conditions, and develop long-term development plan for overnight accommodations as park amenities. We've discussed updating the concession and partnership policies, and of course, the Seashore Conservation Area fireworks policy. Under employee engagement, we had a brief conversation about expanding our retention and recruitment efforts, and ensuring all staff are trained in cultural appreciation and understanding. And under internal process, we talked about developing strategies and tools for effective and efficient decision-making, achieving outcomes and delivery of services, and reviewing the 2131 strategic plan and developing an operational strategy for implementation. Thank you. So this document was brought in our planning meeting. We had a discussion around it, and now I'm going to jump to the timeline. We can come back, obviously, and touch on this. This is the crux of our discussion today. But just to give you a clue of what we're thinking timeline-wise, is right now we're discussing these priorities for the upcoming biennium. In April, we hope to bring a finalized 25-27 priorities to the Commission for adoption. So in between, in the red you see there, we'll be doing some wordsmithing to really refine these priorities. Between April of 2024 and December of 2024, the staff will continue to work on developing and submitting our budget, obviously brought to the Commission in January and adopted and submitted to OFM in September. Staff will be refining 25-27 work plans as we do budget development, and we'll be constantly looking at the priorities that the Commission has given us, and making sure that the budget will not necessarily be developed completely around these priorities. There's obviously many facets to developing a budget, but the priorities should always be seen within the budget. At the December 2024 planning meeting, we will do what we just kind of did earlier today, is develop performance measures for the 25-27 priorities, have staff develop their work plans for 25-27, and everything should be very keyed in at that point. And then the governor's budget will be introduced in December, and there will be the potential for adjustments to be made. So during the December 2024, next slide please, Tana, before January of 2025, we will discuss and adopt any changes to the 25-27 priorities and adopt the performance measures for 25-27. The budget is then enacted in July of 2025. So that's when those 25-27 priorities we will start to work on. So 6 months into our new budget, we can then discuss at the December 25 planning meeting, are there any other adjustments to our priorities or work plans as we see the budget literally playing out in front of us? And then we can start the conversation for the 27-29 draft priorities. That's 2 years from where we were just this December. And so we're starting to really implement this biennial cycle. There's a lot of adjustments in here, and I think that that's important. I think the core sort of value, or not values, but the core definitions of these priorities, the core things we're going for, don't need to be changed and shouldn't be changed, because that's what we're basing a lot of our work plans and budget asks on. But I think there are going to be nuances throughout this time that we're going to see play out, whether it's something like supply chain issues, inflationary costs, COVID 2.0, let's hope not, but there are always things that can certainly impact the work that we're trying to do. Next slide, please. So for discussion today, we'd like to talk a little bit about, what do these priorities mean in our work that we did yesterday. I think we started to really begin this conversation, and what are the Commission priorities based in? What do they mean for the Commission and for staff, and how are we aligned with the strategic plan and the work plans? we want to make sure that there's support for these categories as we move forward, that there's anything that the commission is thinking about changing. Ideas to populate these categories, specificities, and what that looks like for the commission. And then if you're okay with the timeline that's placed in front of us and how we're proposing to work through this. So that's the goal for today, is to walk out of here with a somewhat robust document that will obviously need some adjustments before April, because I won't do a lot of wordsmithing in here, but that's something that staff, the executive team, and I can work on and propose for your adoption in April.
Okay, so discussion, do we, yes.
On the planning schedule, we might want to include in here that we're going to have an election and a new administration. That will
That's a
affect,
great point. Thank you.
yeah, well, you know, we will submit budgets, but the incoming governor, whoever that may be, will have a chance to revise. So that's just, and we haven't had a transition for 12 years.
Yeah, I had the same comment. I was going to ask whether or not there was sort of time in here to make, you know, in the timeline, we've sort of prepared for any drastic changes between December and January. Commissioner Latimer?
So does this kind of effectively change then sort of what, I mean, because normally during the December planning meeting, we're setting the commission priorities for the following year. Is that changing that whole process then? And sort of moving that up to this sort of April timeframe?
So what we would like to do is have this document with priorities and performance measures here today to do any refinements that we would need to and adopt in January. We're doing it in April just because this is a new process, so it's kicking it. We just need a little more time to implement the process. So we would continue to, the planning meeting, for instance, for next December would be a refinement of the priorities once we have a better idea of what the budget is going to look like. And then on a 2-year cycle, we'd be adopting the priorities for the next biennium.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Williams?
So I'm not sure if this concern fits into customer experience or resource stewardship, but I think as we look towards planning the capital budget, you know, Commissioner Dannenberg, you mentioned yesterday we have a number of trails that needs TLC, and I totally agree. I think we've got probably some work that's being done by our capital group that is specifically around significant safety concerns. And it's not very glamorous, I guess, worrying about safety issues. But, you know, it's real. And I guess because for so long we weren't able to spend money, you know, and we have so much deferred maintenance, you know, for us, it's a challenge. And I just wonder, I don't know, Scott, maybe you have some insight on this, if we call it out and name it, if we get more support for our mission.
Are you speaking specifically deferred maintenance in general or on trails?
Well, things that really, I think, you know, there are things that are nice to have, and then there are safety problems.
Right.
And, you know, I worry that we may have some situations where we might even have to say, wow, we got to close this trail down. And if it's a really popular trail, that's not going to be great. So yeah, I guess yeah, I'll stop.
Oh.
I think, yeah, I think you were sort of named, and so if you had a response, sorry. Commissioner Bounds.
Commissioner Williams, good question. I think it's always wise to continue to put the issue or issues in front of the decision makers, whether it's the governor and the budget director or the legislature, that there is this need and why, and what's at risk if not.
Thank you. Commissioner Bounds.
Yeah, I think that but probably is a similar kind of question, I guess, or concern is, where do, capital projects fit in this, and how do we talk about those in the context of these, I guess customer experience is I would interpret that general heading as meaning what customers experience in the parks that we have now, and how they are now, how they're now operated and developed. And resource stewardship, I think probably is where you'd fit some of what we're talking about in terms of taking care of what we got. Employee engagement, internal processes. Where do projects like Nisqually and Westport and Miller Peninsula and Lake Island fit in the context of these four general categories?
Other questions, comments, Commissioner Connolly? No, I don't see you waving, so yes.
Well, I guess one question I have is we have update concession and partnership policies, and I guess I'm curious how broad you're thinking of that, because part of that seems to be defining what is appropriate recreation within parks, and that would be then part of the policy. I don't know. It's just a thought. So
I didn't, sorry, I was handed a note and I was distracted there for a moment. Well, and I think that's part of what the discussion is today is kind of going off of yesterday, what are the commission priorities grounded in? These are just my thoughts, and these are my late night thoughts, so please take them with a grain of salt. But we look at aligning things with the strategic plan, and I look at staff work plans as well, which should see themselves in the strategic plan, absolutely, but I think they're very granular. And this is the customer service standard of booth hours, for instance. That is not necessarily a commission priority that we want to see two employees in a booth on Saturdays and Sundays, where you all don't get that deep into the on the ground work that we do. But so is our commission priorities really, it's, to me, I was thinking it's like this forward movement of the strategic plan. How are we achieving the strategic plan? And that's what I and I think our leadership team is looking towards the commission for, is how do you want to see the strategic plan implemented in 25-27, and also that sort of long-term. Ideally, we're working towards a long-term sort of this 10-year strategy of this is where we want to be in the future as an agency, and so each biennium is going to slowly build to get to this point. And so, what are the priorities today that coming up for 25-27 that help further the strategic plan? And these four buckets that we have right here are synthesized out of the strategic plan. They're taken right out of there. So when and I'm not discounting these types of measures at all, but when we trying to trying to find something like, what's the plan for Blake Island as a priority, as a priority is, I'm trying to make that nexus, and I'm not sure how that, where that fits. Obviously it fits somewhere in here because it's a customer service issue. It's a resource stewardship issue. I would say primarily a stewardship issue for a built environment that we need to take responsibility for. And if it's a priority in that resource stewardship, in that built environment sort of thing, then we want to call it out and see how that is married to how we're meeting our strategic plan requirements. But that's, again, that's me at, 1 o'clock in the morning, thinking about this. So that's why the discussion. You look like you have something to say. No?
I just wanted to respond to Commissioner Connolly's question about the partnerships and concession agreements. Leisha Sahagan is going to be here later this afternoon and giving an update on the partnership program. And I think she does have some questions about direction. Which partnerships do we want to pursue? What are our priorities? And I think we're lacking some policy around that. So I think when you're engaging with her, sharing with her, hey, these are some of the things that we would like to see some policy discussion on that she could help tee up for you, would maybe help answer that specific question and help with this sort of how are we operationalizing these priorities, but to that specific question.
Great. Thank you.
So I think you at some point you had asked a specific question about, I think it was somewhere under customer experience, if this was only underserved or marginalized communities or all communities. I think there's always sort of two parts of this, where there was always, we used to have, currently have a kind of a youth focused.
Yes.
And then there is one that is sort of, inclusive of all communities. So to ensure that we're inclusive. So my sense is it's both, that it's the outreach to all local communities, to marginalized, diverse, so all of the above. And hopefully, it's not mutually exclusive.
Right.
I've when I'm climbing and I'm on like rock climbing panels, I always, they always say, what's the most basic thing you can do at a climbing gym? And I just said, just be nice to everybody, because it's going to disproportionately help people who otherwise don't feel like they belong. There is this sort of, it also help everyone else if you're nice, if you're just consistently. So I do think hopefully there's those types of opportunities, as well as ones that might focus on other communities. I do think, again, thinking a little bit about my last comment when I said maybe it belongs in the next discussion. If, especially with this sort of, it's always tough, right? With, equity and justice issues. I think I was once somewhere where they were like, this is our core value. So, we're not going to ever have it in a bullet. It's going to be this sort of thing that's always on the bottom of every page. And then it was just forgotten. And this was an equity. I think it was safety. It was like safety was like, it's not, we're going to have like a bullet on safety. Instead, it's going to be like our core value. And it's going to be this like banner that's on everything. We don't have to put it in there. And it just meant like when it wasn't called out in the bullets, like it was just ignored. And then they're like, no, we need to put it back in the bullets. And so I look at this sort of equity issue and think, well, does it really, is it good enough to say, no, this is just our value that's going to, be throughout this? Or is it something that needs to be bulleted out? And I will, and I'll just be frank, in the Climate Commitment Act, I was I was surprised yet happy to hear about this requirement, but it did take us by surprise. And I will note that prior to noting the requirement, it's not something we did naturally. So until it was like, oh, there is this thing you have to check about environmental justice on spending this money, that money was spent with no thought, right, of like environmental justice, which meant that I think it needs to be in the bullet. I don't think it's something that is done naturally, especially if there's pressure to, move and to get other things done. I think it's just going to fall by the wayside. So I don't know how to put it in here, but I think it is going to be something that I'm going to be looking for. I think, again, the Climate Commitment Act, they're talking about overburdened communities particularly, and that could be, whatever that community is.
Okay.
For us. And so, again, I don't know how to weave it throughout, but I don't see it explicitly. And as I said, I don't think it's something that we'll just do otherwise.
Right.
Because it just, again, it's just, I think that's just kind of what happens. And again, there's places where I go, oh yeah, I've seen our studies where this could be, again, on the climate adaptation, overnight accommodations. We've done studies where, we have a good understanding of, how do you respond to overnight accommodations while at the same time, having those opportunities benefit, people who might be new to parks, who are not, frequent users, frequent campers. So again, I think there's ways to weave it through, but. Commissioner Bounds?
Yeah, I just wanted to second that. I agree with that. And I think something that I think we learned, or Meg emphasized yesterday, was to have, you know, one one thought per bullet, not two. And so you can have an increased opportunities for youth engagement as a bullet, and you can have increased opportunities for marginalized communities as a bullet, and you can have increased assessment of impact on communities as a bullet. So it's not, you don't need to have some generic thing that then we have to interpret. So I think that's another piece to this, is to be as clear about that as we can.
Yeah.
And go ahead and call it out. I mean, there's no reason not to. And if we don't, I think Commissioner Dannenberg's right. If we don't, we kind of, when we evaluated you this last year, we went through those priorities and we went through those bullets, and uh, and that's what we do.
Commissioner Connolly, did you have a response? Or, yeah.
Just that Commissioner Bounce raised the issue about sort of the current park and upcoming capital projects and how they fit in. And again, that could be another bullet under resource stewardship to continue make progress, or I don't know how to word it, but on park capital projects that have been funded for the biennium.
Sorry, I'm taking notes.
Yeah, that's why I'm pausing, and also it's giving everyone else an opportunity to think a bit.
I was gonna say, just as sort of matter of process, and these are your priorities, so I'm definitely deferring to you, but I'm curious if there are things that what we've done in the past that commissioners are passionate about, and seeing how we find them in these buckets, and maybe that helps to define it, or the buckets, and if they're good enough and they're a way to go, or if you'd like to go through sort of piece by piece of what do you have thoughts on the customer experience? What would be a priority for you in customer experience? What would be a priority for you in employee engagement? And so just to sort of shape the discussion, if you have a preference of.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a good idea. I think, in thinking about customer experience, you have to think about the reservation system, and I think that's one of those things where you want continuing improvement based on feedback from your customers, and that's hard to do. Can be hard to do in a system that's created that you're paying a vendor for. It's not an easy, you can't just tweak it every day to make it work the way you want it to work. So that's like the web page. I mean, we did update the web page, and that was great. Mm-hmm. And again, it's probably one of those items that that's subject to continuing improvement based on user feedback and changing operations and changing demographics. So those are, I think some of those basic things that we do, you do, really do define the customer experience. I mean, have that impact on the customer experience. So I'd kind of look to staff as, scratching when you're scratching your head, wondering how can we solve this problem or fix this little quirk in the system to make it work better for customers. I'd look to you guys as defining that stuff for us and including it when appropriate. And if it takes additional resources, like I think you've done, certainly in this last biennium, requesting resources to make it work for the customer.
Okay.
So.
I think Commissioner Latimer had sort of, and then Commissioner Merriman, yeah. Latimer?
So on the fireworks policy, I know that you got that as 25, 27, but is it something that might bubble up before then? Because we've been sort of hearing about it now for some
It's
time.
potentially, and please know that these were just things that sort of came up in discussion. So these aren't necessarily these that they were called out, but fireworks has been an ongoing discussion. But I think we'll hear more about that sooner rather than later.
Commissioner Merriman?
Question on the second bullet under resource stewardship, long-term development plan. What does that really mean? Does that mean we're going to look at increasing the number of accommodations, improving what we have, or is that a catch-all?
Kind of a catch-all. So one of the things that has been a constant conversation is the increasing population of Washington over the next decade, and our responsibility to be responsive to that many more potential outdoor recreation users. And so what is our long-term strategy here? Is it looking at our already built environment and adding where we can? Is it in a land acquisition strategy to acquire more land to develop campgrounds? Because we also have to consider the recreational impacts work that is being done as well. So we sort of need a strategy of how we're going to get there and continue to be a welcoming park system for the next decade. Does that help? Are there other things under, we'll just stick with customer experience right now. Are there things under that priorities we've had in the past that we're still working on, things that you're not seeing reflected in the work that we do that you'd like to see us work on for 25, 27? So far, can we talk about the reservation system and opportunities through there, and then this sort of outreach to youth and marginalized communities or diverse communities, or just people who aren't current park users?
I mean, I was going to say, I think, if we were just sticking with customer experience, I'm not quite sure. It's interesting, with the change in administration, you never know what's going to continue. But
yes,
this issue about outdoor schools.
Oh.
And again, this ties a little bit also to our resource stewardship as well as customer experience, right? Because part of our, and I see that we've got quite a few photos from Fort Flagler. I'm scared to open them in my email, but it ties a little bit together, right? I think that there's something that ties through that says we have potentially these facilities that really could be used as an opportunity for this outdoor school. Again, youth engagement, bringing, students into parks in an organized manner, but that just says, okay, are the buildings up to par? Can we actually provide that? So that was the only thing kind of popped up. If that kind of continues and that money continues, making sure that we have a way to, take opportunities. I don't know which one it would fall into. Again, I think it's between both.
probably both, and they don't have to be, they're not mutually exclusive. It's not that it has to, that this is going to be in a document, that it has to be in one or the other. It's really the priorities of sort of, we want to have this customer experience. It's also going to result in a new capital sort of project.
Yeah, I think I'm going to take my little Whidbey Island hat real quick, but when I went, at one point we had heard that actually in Moran, that they used to, right, have
Oh, yeah.
bring school groups from Oak Harbor. And then it was just a really good opportunity for us to have sort of a lot of Navy, kids from the Navy. It's very diverse. It's a really interesting, group of students, and they would be able to, go to Mount Moran for this, overnight environmental, or yeah, sorry, I'm mixing up their overnight environmental sort of
retreat centers,
retreat
yeah.
centers, yeah. And I remember, and it's like, oh, that's the dream, to be able to bring stuff like that back. And again, I think it hits a lot of things where you've got local communities, you've got youth engagement, you've also got underserved communities, you've got diverse communities, potential new users, because a lot of these are new, new people. Just it tends to turn over a lot, so these are actually new residents. So, Commissioner Williams.
So just tagging on to something that Commissioner Dannenberg said earlier, I think it is important to really call out our desire to expand access and opportunity for everyone to experience outdoors. And that's, sort of in our strategic plan under, the DEI section. But, I think, yeah, I think to be very clear is a good thing. Just going back and looking at the strategic plan, there's a lot of good things in here that if we're sort of looking to flesh out some of these things, such as safety, it's kind of already here.
Commissioner Bounds. I'm sort of like having like a moment to be like, notes down. I don't want to like, I don't want to we'll just have to be comfortable in the silence for a moment, because I think it's important that the note gets down. So
I guess a question, given the efforts we're making with tribal communities that are, probably every park has some relationship to indigenous peoples in the state, and there's some tribal interest or history associated with that. And this is obviously a longer term strategy, but I suppose under develop long-term interpretation education strategy, it might be worth calling out, including tribal histories, acknowledgement of tribal interest in our information about individual parks. I think there'd be some pretty interesting history. I still go back to that time we were at Sacagawea and the intersection of the Snake and Columbia River, and it used to be a village of thousands of Native Americans trading and living, and we spent time talking about the little town that used to be there that had a saloon and a house of ill repute. And it just struck me like, why are we talking about that? The importance of this land had to do with the rivers and the which provided access up and down, for thousands of, natives and villages. And there was interpretation about that. I'm not, but you could visualize that kind of activity going on and thought, this is really an important location for those, for that kind of history. And, it would seem like we would want to bake in our long-term interpretation education strategy around, trying to make sure we tell those stories in a meaningful way, or have the tribal communities tell those stories in a meaningful way at those at our parks that are on tribal lands that we acknowledge. So doing a little bit more than just acknowledging when we have a meeting, and I know we're doing that in places,
Yeah.
but that's, on our website in describing parks, there's, there's probably a lot of rich history there that we're missing.
Did you want to sort of go through each one or?
Yeah, I
jump
just,
around?
and
Because
again,
I had a comment that I don't want to jump to the employee engagement role.
um,
Do we want to go through resource stewardship first or?
yeah, let's go through research. Let's do it.
Or I don't know yet. Is there any comments on specifically on resource stewardship? We know we've already had a lot of discussion on it, so are there any more?
I just want to make sure I'm capturing things also. And Commissioner Williams, you had mentioned safety. Is there something in trail safety you'd spoken about and just our sort of deferred maintenance? Is there anything more specific regarding that you'd like captured?
There's probably some things that we're probably contemplating in the capital budget that are, some of our parks are pretty old, right? And so the way things are designed kind of doesn't make sense with the way things are nowadays. So, I don't really want to get into any specifics, but I think it's just important to note that, as we have more people, more traffic, more, use, if you will, we just have to relook at all our parks really. But, if we see issues that are safety related, as much as we might want, lots of new stuff, sometimes you just have to deal with the old stuff.
Right. Yeah. Thank you. I also, just because this has been brought up a couple of times and it sounds like Leisha is going to touch on this as well, Heather, but just the updating concession and partnership sort of policies and strategies for that. I didn't know if some commissioners have brought that to my attention, and I didn't know if there were any comments or specificities around that, if you'd like to see something reflected in the commission priorities.
I'm sorry, you mean around, so sorry. What was the question?
Just our policies around concessionaires and developing partnerships and some of our concession agreements. If there's work that you're looking to be done in the 25-27 biennium along those lines.
The one that's popping in mind is that, and then I can't find it, I might have to look for it at the moment, is that there's a bill right there now that's possibly, if anyone else has any comments.
Commissioner Connolly.
Commissioner Connolly, yeah.
Well, I think one of the things I would like to see is that we have as much as possible. I mean, I understand different concessions can vary tremendously, but it seems like we should have at least some guiding principles for how we develop those concessions, what their purpose is, when we use a concession as opposed to our own, we develop ourselves. So that we have a consistent approach and consistent, administration, or I don't know, struggling for the word, how we work with the concessionaire and the partners. And then if I could just add we have implement climate adaptation strategies to reduce environmental impacts. Do we also want do we need a broader, given the work that's being done on addressing environmental impacts just caused by other factors, increased use, climate, other than climate change. So is there a broader,
Mhm.
Sorry. In work session, we're working.
Yeah, good. This is all good.
Comfortable with the pause.
Zen moments are good. I think under resource stewardship, and this again is it probably fits in the long-term, well, it's sort of, maybe not really. Um, but I'm struck with it. We've talked about this many times about our historic assets and which ones do we ask for resources to, in some cases, save or to protect, and which ones do we not? And it seems like when we were out at Fort Flagler, to me, was a good example where we were talking about uh, which buildings were really historic and perhaps worthy of saving as a representative of that era and that use, and kind of acknowledging, well, probably not all of them need to be, or and so it seems like there in a, again, this is a multi-year kind of process, I'm sure, but kind of going into each one of those situations and making a decision about that. I could see Flagler as an example where, we could certainly decide that, I don't know, it's a half a dozen or so of those residential buildings that aren't really being used or capable of being safely used, and knowing that we really need one or two as good representatives of that historic period and use, and the others we don't, and making a decision to deal with that, to remove those buildings, create additional open space, and have a different kind of, so they're not just standing there,
Right.
and we got to go paint them every once in a while, so at least they don't look like they're falling down. But making some decisions about what to do with those uh, assets that in reality may be liabilities, and you can respect the history and honor that through a different means other than just keeping them standing.
That's a great, I completely agree.
Helpful.
That's a great priority. Yeah, right.
Right, yeah.
Commissioner Latimer?
So while we're on the topic of Fort Flagler, I was just looking on the reservation system, see if there's anything available in July for RV camping, and it's pretty much blocked out, at least on the weekend. It is, and I know you've heard me say this before, but I think there's still some opportunity
Yes.
at certain parks, and I think Fort Flagler might be an example of one where there's a lot of empty space, and there's probably some opportunity for dry camping, where there doesn't necessarily have to be an RV hookup, but someone could go there and camp for the weekend in a designated parking area, and not require water or septic or electricity. But that could in some parks add to your capacity in terms of expanding the overnight accommodations. So that may be something to continue to consider.
Yeah, we're as part of the performance metrics for this year, we're working with operations to have sort of a baseline assessment, and that's part of it is it possible to put an additional 5 campsites at Park X because we have this open space, and what would it create? What would it cause? What would we need to make that happen? Because is it on the reservation system? Is it not? How do people pay? How do we Now we have to give them numbers and put them into a system and that sort of thing. So there's work that, so I think maybe identifying where we have those opportunities now and then sort of implementing, or developing a plan to implement those in 25, 27.
Just piggybacking on what Commissioner Bound said, I know that staff is working on some of the issues that Commissioner Bounds you mentioned, but I just totally agree with Commissioner Bounds that if it would be helpful for the commission to, if there are decisions that need to be made, by all means, let's put forward a process and I guess put us to work.
That's great. It's a great priority. Well,
Okay.
I'm sorry. I was just going to say we have about half an hour.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if there's no other comments on resource stewardship, do we want to discuss employee engagement? And I did have a comment on this one. I've been holding till we got to
No,
there.
that
So,
sounds great.
all right,
We
great.
can always go back to
Yeah.
if things pop up. So
So just for this one, again, this goes a little bit into sort of this sort of equity issue. There's a generic kind of concept of expanding retention and recruitment efforts,
Mhm.
which again that could involve a lot of things. But we have sort of repeatedly, and certainly in our current sort of legislative ask, we're asking for money for housing and affordable housing. And again, we have this situation where we are really dependent on the passion of our employees in order to be willing to work in certain places, that they just love it so much that they're kind of willing to suffer parkades, et cetera, in San Juan's, and just the lack of affordable housing, and the um, inconsistency across the street between the salary and the actual cost of living. And I know it's something that we really recognize. It's there's a WIFC contract that's in place, of course, and there's other restrictions. Although I think we might be able to sort of, I don't know how often that contract is renegotiated, but I do think, from our end, looking at it and saying, we really, our recruitment, it's something where we want to retain and recruit, but, in a way that's fair. Again, it can be the best place to work, and it is the best place to work. And maybe that's why they want to work there. But I don't know, it's something where we want to, I think, really think about these sort of, and I know whenever I say equity, everyone's sort of talking about DEI or talking about race, and I'm not really. I'm talking about just direct income of of our employees. So, really looking at a where to make it very fair. And I don't know what that is, but I think long term it is something we want to kind of keep plugging away on. It hit me when you were saying, oh, is there a value we want to work on and work on and work on? And I think this is something where we're going to have to pick away at it, because there's just so many things. As I said, the affordability of sort of places in Washington, which is just constantly becoming less affordable. As I said, union contracts that maybe could allow some differences based on cost of living that's a little bit more fair, things like this. And by the way, I should also note, this ongoing issue about the opportunity with commissioning, non-commissioning, that also that's being worked on. It just hit me. It's not pretty explicit in here, but we've been talking about relooking at that system that allows sort of promotion and movement through the ranks of the ranger, and especially commissioning. And I think if we were to probably do studies on sort of gender differences and people who are come in already commissioned, it'd probably be really it would probably be a driver to, I would imagine, of some lack of sort of gender balance. So that as well. And again, I know it's sort of a detail, but there's so many of these things. So I was like, there's just a lot in this one sentence. It could mean a lot. So Commissioner Bounds.
Seems like there, I really don't know that there's anything to this, but it does seem to me, as we enter a world of remote work and having some conversations yesterday with 3 staff members that, have different work experiences in doing remote work. One coming in 3 days a week, one day a week, one, two. Is that in the employee engagement, it seems like at least uh, there's some intentionality here to that we need to focus on and getting employees together, since they're not getting together on a daily basis. I don't know what that is. I don't know if it's, by division, by work area or what, but it seems like there's at least some effort that's probably worth it. Maybe we're doing it already, to kind of figure out strategies to create a little bit more of that, I don't know, use the word bonding, but that experience we have when we're working in it with a community of employees that we see every day at the water cooler and wherever, and have that conversation, and now we don't. And so is there a way to maybe mitigate against the potential negative impacts of that? I don't know. It's new, it's different, and I think we just need to be thinking about it and how. I think there's a value to people being together, that work together, that are not together now, and how do you do that? And is there a systematic way or strategies, that sort of intentional strategies that we ought to be doing?
Anything else right now on employee engagement? All right, we'll move forward to internal processes.
I mean, I think so for this one, there's a lot that you're already working on. And I'm wondering if there's something that you're currently working on that, is like, well, that's not going to be done in this. But like, there was a dashboard, there's all kinds of things. And maybe, this might be a place where there's a continuation of existing work.
Yeah.
I know this when I write my own like performance, my own like, measures for my job. Like it's half copy paste. Because it's like we're not gonna change the United Nations in 1 year, so I'm gonna get it year 2 or 5.
I
So
would agree. I think that, there'll probably be things that pop up whenever you crack an egg open, right? You end up doing more than just cracking an egg open. And there are other things you need to fix. I am curious though about working on the, again, this is for 25-27, but the strategic plan and your thoughts around what we can do to help the commission. I know that we've talked internally about, we started sort of looking at the strategic plan and saying, and we had a conversation earlier about, is this right? Is this what we want? And it's like, we discovered that the strategic plan in and of itself, while they could always be updated and things like that, that wasn't necessarily the core thing, but for us operationalizing the strategic plan and sort of a sub document to bring these things into fruition was something that we as staff were more engaged with. But I don't want to truncate any obviously any thoughts that the commission might have on updating the strategic plan.
Commissioner
Well,
Connolly.
Thanks. And as part of that, after our discussion yesterday about the mission, vision, values, would that kind of also fold into that, a review process?
I think that it would, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe that ad hoc committee, the budget committee, I should probably address that because, you know, my thought has just been, we've got a number of new commissioners that weren't involved in the development strategic plan, and at least at some point, you know, in the near future, the commission ought to take a look at it, you know, and review it and have an opportunity to tweak it one way or another. Just not that I think there's any huge deficits in it. I think it's actually pretty good and pretty mostly all encompassing, but still, it's not this commission's plan. But I think the committee could deal with, you know, maybe deal with that and talk to you about, you know, a process if there is one to do something like that.
This is great. This, I know that this is hard. I mean, it's sort of, you know, to think now and, you know, come up with all these great ideas is always a challenging thing. So I appreciate the energy and effort going into this. And I think we've captured some wonderful things, but I am curious for, you know, as you're sitting here, are there things that where are the things that you're thinking about that you'd like to see? Again, this is 25, 27,
Yeah.
our next step in this journey that you're not seeing reflected in here that, or things that are just, yeah, that you're not seeing reflected in here that you think that this is really a direction that we need to be headed or something we need to look at. I really appreciated Commissioner Bounds you bringing up the historic assets because I don't think it's something. I mean, we have some work that's being done because we've chosen to look at these, but really a sort of a agency-wide effort to understand our historic assets and everything from cataloging them to deciding whether or not we want to keep them in the process that goes along with that. I don't know that we've, or at least in a long time, have put together something like that. So I think it's really sort of could be considered mission critical for the agency to deal with our historic assets. So I'm just wondering if there are ticket items like that that each of you are thinking in your experience as commissioners that would benefit you know, that we need to look for resources and time for 25, 27 to just continue to further the agency.
I'll throw out another idea, which is probably crazy because when I started 10 years ago on the commission, you were coming out of the Great Recession and had a transformation plan, and there was a lot of effort for, you know, how to deal with the revenue situation and trying to manage and maintain the assets that we have. And so there was effort to perhaps sell some properties like we did with Auburn and transition some properties to other jurisdictions. And I've always been in the sort of the other side of that coin. What do we need to own and what do we need, you know, for the public in the future? And so there are properties we own that are called properties and not called parks. When I see every time I go up to the San Juan Islands is Burroughs, which is right there, right off of Anacortes, big island state park property. What the hell do we want to do with that? So my question, I guess, and this is something maybe for ELT to kick around a little bit, is, you know, taking a look at all those properties that are not technically parks yet because they haven't had any kind of development. And should we be doing something with them? I mean, is it something 5 years from now? You know, Burroughs, which is not really accessible unless you have a boat, but it's accessible because it's probably 5 minutes from Skyline Marina by boat. And, you know, is that an opportunity and I'm just using this as an example because I know it, and there are others out there. Is that an opportunity to give people access to the attributes and the environment of the San Juan Islands without having to get on a ferry and pay, take their family and end up spending $100 going and coming back, but spending $5 on a foot ferry to get over to an island and with a bicycle and or hiking boots or a tent. I don't know, but we've got those assets out there that are properties, and at least 10 years ago, we were looking at how do we get rid of them or how do we not do anything with them because we don't have the resource to do anything. So that's, more of a question than a necessarily priority, but I think it's probably worth at some point looking at that.
Yeah, I think as ELT, we've had just some very brief and nascent conversations about the land acquisition strategy, and so that kind of plays into it. There have been questions about just had this piece of property for a long time. What are we going to do with it? So I think that's a great add.
Just thinking out loud, I'm wondering if we need another bullet to have something that talks about public engagement, to be a little more intentional about public engagement and also engagement with other decision makers. Something to think about.
In what are you thinking in a specific manner or specific buckets of park business or generally?
So if we're interested in talking or trying to seek resources about deferred maintenance, whether it's trails or overnight accommodations or roof things, are we going to be intentional in talking to decision makers, i.e. the governor's office, whoever that may be, the legislature? I mean, we've got our authorizing environment is going to control some of those outcomes. And so are we going to be intentional about working with the authorizing environment to get those things? Sorry. I was looking. Yeah. Thank you for the reminder.
I'm trying to sort of, I guess I'm trying to understand sort of different from the current, you mean in terms of a priority is it because we do, right? We have lots of discussions. So it's saying, okay, well, are we talking about more or different or a strategy around it? Like, I'm trying to think how that might be worded.
I haven't completely thought it through, but it's more of a question. But if it's something that we're already doing, then maybe it doesn't need to be here. It's just, as you all were talking about land acquisition strategies or disposition strategies, and we're going to want to develop new parks, our authorizing environment is going to be heavily involved in providing the resources to do that. So how do we talk to them about it? And if it's already ongoing, then I'll be quiet.
We have ongoing discussions, obviously, with the governor's office. I will note that this is a short session, but we spent yesterday in the building in headquarters rather than doing advocacy, which might be what we would otherwise have been doing in January. You sort of noted I think yesterday you noted our also our work plan once again that we were in Tulalip. So I do feel like maybe part of me also feels like it might be quick enough that we don't have to put it off to the biennium, but it is maybe something putting it in the policy seems like, you guys could look at it, but I kind of feel like it's something we could do pretty quickly now that says, we're taking that into consideration maybe a little more than we do. So we don't have, these couple of situations where, I know, Commissioner Williams, like he went down, but it doesn't really feel like as a commission, we really have engaged at all this session. And this is our last session with this administration. And we just haven't, we didn't do anything this year to engage fully. So it does feel like
maybe some intentionality. I'm just trying to think how to word it. Makes sense, or if it's something that we could put in the policy, or with something where we're saying, oh yeah, you have to look at that just the same as you look at other things on the calendar. I'm trying to think how to.
And I just want to clarify here, because I'm sort of hearing two different things, and I don't know if that's just my brain working, but you're talking about the commission's approach to the legislature, the visits that you do, and advocacy work. And Commissioner Merriman, are you talking more about how we as a agency are approaching our budget asks, how we're partnering with OFM, or getting word to the governor's office or other entities that are advocates for us, such as WTA or something like that? Yes and no, is that?
I'm going to stumble through it. I think it's two parts. If we're talking about commission priorities, if this is already baked into what we do about advocacy with our partners and with the legislature and the governor, then so be it. Then as the agency, I'm assuming that's the normal part of business, is that advocacy and working with sister agencies and the partners and advocates about what are our priorities and how they can help advocate on our behalf also.
Okay. Yeah, I think it probably is, but it doesn't mean that it shouldn't be looked at. And I think with a new partnerships manager, but that's a different. Leisha will focus on very specific things. I don't know that integrating an advocacy for budgets has been necessarily fully integrated into that. I think that we do some of that work, but I'm sure that we could probably look at just what that work looks like currently, and how we may be able to shore it up or attack it in a different way and be a little more strategic. We use that word a lot, but we can continue to talk about that. Yeah.
And Commissioner Connolly, I guess we were going this way. I can't remember how it was. Yeah.
Well, back on under customer experience, we have pretty specific, we have the increased opportunities for however we're going to word this, for youth engagement or local community outreach. But in addition, it seems like we've talked about, and we certainly want to look to exploring options to how to serve all Washingtonians. And I'm thinking particularly, well, in part, with the changes during COVID, and then after we closed camping at Palouse Falls. So that opportunity, that may be part of the camping review. But in addition, we have, and we've added Scootney, which provides some access. But we do have areas of the state that are, it would be difficult if you wanted to go to a park unless, just geographically, there's no access.
Yes.
And I don't know if that's part of saying, we talk about having, reaching out to groups to have them, provide transportation. But, if I live in, north of Spokane, way north, if I live beyond, I guess I'm thinking Ferry County or somewhere out there, what's my access to state parks? I got Perigin, in the Methow. I can, and I can come south to Spokane to two, large parks, but there's, they're really, again, not much opportunity. So I don't know if we should be looking at that as again, it's part of, do we have property that we should be developing, or do we have partners that we should be developing access with so people have access to parks? Not worded very well, but that's just a concept.
No, I appreciate that, Commissioner Connolly. Thank you. I think it is at least a checkpoint in our land acquisition strategy. But I don't think that it, I think having a more intentional look at even projects that are brought to the commission or capital projects or future park projects that that we can develop a better way to to ensure that we're taking that into consideration. But I think it is part of the both the sort of customer experience and also this our resource stewardship with a long-term, well, I guess not in resource stewardship, but sort of the et cetera point of what are we doing with all the property that we have?
And we are actually, I can't believe it. I was thinking we were going to end early, but we are sort of approaching our break time, just as an FYI. We've got about 4 minutes, but we can go over. I think it's a 10-minute break. So just if we go over, it's going to be quick. So please go ahead.
Just a couple things, and not necessarily looking for a response or not necessarily suggesting that these need to be commission priorities, but when Commissioner Bounds was talking about properties, Fort Simcoe sort of came to mind as a park that, at least my perception, is fairly underutilized, kind of difficult to access. And there's always, at least the time that I've been on the commission, kind of a question mark as to what the future of that park is. And perhaps we don't have the answer, but I just wanted to throw that out, that as maybe something to consider. The second thing, I know that we talked about putting sort of a line item under the resource stewardship about capital development in terms of um, parks like Blake Island and Miller Peninsula, et cetera. But that also kind of led me to sort of think about, we haven't talked in a long time about our facility, what is it called? Facility something index, FCI or something like that. I forget what.
FICAP.
Yeah. We haven't talked about that in a while, and I know that a number of years ago, that was kind of a sort of a emphasis of the commission in terms of trying to get to a certain, I guess, index level over a period of time. I don't know where we're at on that, and I know that that probably is a larger conversation now that climate adaptation is also a big priority for the commission as well. So anyway, I wanted to just throw that as consideration.
That's good.
Okay. We're approaching our break unless there's any final thoughts, comments. Thank you. As I said, I was surprised. I was like thinking, gosh, maybe we'll go on to the next agenda item. But it was a really robust discussion. And I think this is going to be a really fantastic process moving forward. And I think that I think we're going to be a lot happier with the results of this.
Yeah, I appreciate the conversation. Thank you very much. I know it can be a little hard. It's like, be funny now. So be smart now. But thank you. These are great items, and I look forward to sort of synthesizing them and getting them in front of you. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Right. Thank you. And I think we have a break until 11:10. Thank you. I think we are ready to restart. Next item on our agenda is a presentation, and I see our slides are up, from the Fort Worden PDA. I just did not check. Commissioner Connolly is here, right? He's back with us. Fantastic. Whenever you want to start, please introduce yourselves.
May I jump into? Ooh,
Oh, yeah. So
I'm-
I guess
live.
I'm sorry. Deputy Director Sternbach is going to.
Yeah, I just wanted to acknowledge that I think the last time we heard from the PDA was about a year and a half ago, November. The previous executive director came in and talked to us about the capital backlog on campus. From that time last year, a lot of focus was on the current financial situation with the PDA, which is definitely had some tenuous moments through the year, and then we'll be talking a little bit more about where that's at right now. We also have just started a planning plan for Fort Worden back in 2 weeks ago, I think, in January. We had a consultant come in from Pros Consulting who did the previous plan for Fort Worden for us. Met with most of the partners there on campus, or a lot of them. Is going to continue to do so, and that really is where we're going to be focusing on more long range. Where's this going? What's a sustainable model? What are our governance options over Fort Worden? And so we'll be back in front of you, I'm assuming, at least a couple more times this year to talk about where that planning effort goes and what that might mean for us and decisions we might have in front of us. So today, in particular, knowing that we've got some newer commissioners, we wanted to just take some time to meet the new executive director, Celeste Tell. We have David King with us, the chair of the board for the PDA. Talk a little bit about Celeste's experience to date, and just kind of give us a refresher on what do we have happening at Fort Worden, what are the activities there, what some of the tenants do there, and then a bit of where we're headed. We should have plenty of time on the other side of this just to have some discussion about any points or questions you might have about the PDA as well. So with that, turn it over to Celeste.
Turn that on. Thank you. I'm gonna put this at a short person's height. We really appreciate being here today, and I'm going to go through this. I know we have an hour. I'm going to go through this fairly quickly and try and get through the presentation in about 30 minutes so that we have some time to really talk about some of these issues, because they're not, a lot of them don't fit on a slide. It's not necessarily simple. So we're going to talk about Fort Worden Historic State Park, and we're going to start with, I know some new commissioners may or may not be really familiar with Fort Worden. What is Fort Worden? Fort Worden has been a state park since 1973. It is 434 acres of land and includes on the top of it what we call a lifelong learning center. And that was a result of the 2008 strategic plan that determined that this should be a lifelong learning center and not a conference center. The sign at the front gate notwithstanding. It is a national historic landmark registered with the National Trust, encompassing roughly 70 historic buildings. And the parks it's a partnership between Washington State Parks and the Fort Worden Public Development Authority, which is us. The PDA's charter was adopted in 2011, specifically directs the PDA to basically manage the place on behalf of the state, which is not unlike property managers all over the world in commercial situations where you have a building owner and then you have a property manager. And that's the kind of relationship that the PDA stepped up to do back in 2011. So overall history, again, if you're not familiar, so this was a military base. The Army built it in around 1902. There was several years of construction. It was Fort Worden, Fort Casey, and Fort Flagler were state of the art. It was called the Triangle of Fire to protect the northwest part of the country from attack by who might attack from the northwest part of the country. At any rate, by the time World War I was over, it was militarily and technologically obsolete. So the Army tried to figure out, well, what do we do with this thing? So they trained for World War II. They tried to use it for whatever they could. Ultimately, the Port of Port Townsend took over in 1953 for a couple of years. They didn't know what to do. The state took over in 1957 and created a juvenile detention home there. And some of that you can see in the photos. We're still dealing with many of the buildings. The windows were replaced to prevent juveniles from escaping from the buildings, which is part of our not pretty past in history, but that's what it was. It was a juvenile detention center for the state. 1971, Washington State Parks took over, and it's been a park ever since. And then, as I said, in 2011, the Fort Worden PDA was chartered to partner with parks to manage the Lifelong Learning Center. And today, here we are in 2024. More recently, shorter, nearer term history. So as Mike mentioned, in 2008, Parks chartered a strategic plan with Pros Consulting to say, what are we going to, so, okay, what are we going to do with this place? And the outcome of that was, well, this should be a lifelong learning center, because we already had all these several nonprofits that were doing work and connecting with the community on the campus already. And so that's what the strategic plan was designed, was to outline what this lifelong learning center would look like. And in that plan, it was envisioned that a nonprofit, it wasn't named, but it was assumed that Centrum would take over and partner with the parks in running the park. And by the time that plan was over, Centrum read it and said, actually, we don't want to do this. So then in 2011, the PDA was chartered, and in 2012, Pros Consulting was invited back to Fort Worden by the PDA to sort of develop the business and management plan, which was the last plan that was actually really done. Fast forward, there's a few other things I can get into detail. The way it was written was Parks continued to take care of maintenance and grounds for the first 4 years as the PDA got up and running, and then the PDA took over like around 2016, and there were a lot of plans, and then there was a pandemic. And in the pandemic, things kind of fell apart financially. There was the PDA as a public agency was not eligible for PPP funds. There was no way to pay staff. There were capital projects underway. And things basically pretty much fell apart, other than finishing the one capital project. There was a change in regime. There was a new board came in, new executive director came in, leases were developed, leases were signed, and we were able to move forward. There was a bond was created, and we were moving forward. And then we in the last year or so, realized that what we were doing wasn't really sustainable. And we'll talk about that in detail as we go forward. And so again, that's where we are today, is trying to figure out how do we go into the future on this at this park, on this campus. One of the things unique about this park, as I joined the park and all my previous friends and colleagues said, what are you doing? I said, I'm managing an organizationally complex ecosystem of many partners. And so that's how I refer to this, as an organizationally complex ecosystem. We have a number of partners. I'll talk about all of them, but they fall into two categories. There's a group of partners that are fairly standalone and unique, and then there's a group that kind of banded together at one part to become what they call the creative corridor. And they work together on arts-based activities, arts-based programs. Sometimes they partner, they sometimes share space, and they call themselves the creative corridor. And then there's sort of the four anchor partners, as I think of it, which is Washington State Parks, Fort Worden Public Development Authority, Fort Worden Hospitality, which was part of the PDA and no longer is, and then the Fort Worden Foundation, which also was part of the PDA and no longer is. And we'll get into detail on that. But first, I wanted to just share, I mean, the question is like, why do people come to, why should we care?
Do all this.
Why should we care? What's the visitor experience? Why do people come to Fort Worden? So this is a map of the campus of the Lifelong Learning Center. In the center, you can see there's a lot of buildings. This is the historic district mostly. I think Alex draws different lines around the actual historic part. But in those buildings and on that campus, what happens is magic. And the magic is really provided by all of these partners. So Centrum, actually, I didn't realize this, was co-founded by State Parks in 1974 as part of the creation of the park. They're the anchor tenant at Fort Worden, and again, were considered to be the manager in the 2008 plan. But their focus is really on the arts and arts programming, and that's really what they do well. Coast Artillery Museum was established in 1976. If you've been to Fort Worden and you haven't been to the Coast Artillery Museum, I highly recommend it. It is truly a labor of love by a bunch of volunteers, and the history is interesting. I went in there asking why is a fort that was built by the Army named for a Navy general, an admiral, and I got my answer there at the Coast Artillery Museum. Copper Canyon Press, I don't know about you guys, but one of my cookbooks ever was now I can't remember the name of it, but the one from Vermont, Molly somebody, and it was Copper Canyon Press. Pardon? Yes, that one. Moosewood, the Moosewood cookbook, and it was Moosewood cookbook was Copper Canyon Press. And even when we first moved here, and we have so many books in our library from Copper Canyon Press, my husband always goes, look, they are preeminent poetry press. They have published Pulitzer and Nobel Prize winning works, and it's a privilege, honestly, to have them on the campus. Corvidae Press is more of an art press. They use non-toxic printing materials, and they're completely volunteer run. Fort Worden Hospitality, as I mentioned, was originally part of the PDA. It's a nonprofit corporation that was split off from the PDA in February 2022, and they provide food, beverage, lodging, events, weddings, corporate retreats. They're the fun people. They're the people that are all about fun. Friends of Fort Worden is a volunteer organization. They do amazing work behind the scenes. They clear trails, they clear out non-native species, and it's all volunteer. They raise small amounts of money, but basically it's just they're a volunteer army for work at the fort, both for the PDA and for state parks. KPTZ is our local public radio station. It's community-based radio. They've been in Port Townsend since 2011, and they are in the process right now of moving into Maker Square at Fort Worden, and we are excited to have them. One of the things, they are part of our regional emergency plan, and they are the broadcast entity for an emergency, so having them on the campus is going to be a really terrific asset. Madrona Mind Body was founded in 2007. They do, dance classes, yoga classes, retreats, workshops, and they're a huge draw for people both in the community and outside the community. Northwind Art was founded in 2021. They have a split between Fort Worden and downtown. They have gallery space downtown, but they run most of their classes at Fort Worden in 3 different buildings. Peninsula College is based in Port Angeles, has a satellite campus on Fort Worden to serve East Jefferson County, which has different needs than their Port Angeles campus does. The Marine Science Center, this is really fun. If you haven't been to Port Townsend recently, this is another one where the Marine Science Center has a presence on campus with a museum and an aquarium and office space, but they also bought a building downtown that they're trying to figure out what to do with in Port Townsend. And the coolest thing is that there was a whale skeleton that was found that the Marine Science Center restored and has put in place on one of the piers in downtown Port Townsend. So the fort through these partners, the fort extends itself into town and into the region. We're not just contained on the campus. But if you haven't seen the whale skeleton, it's worth a trip. The Port Townsend School of Woodworking has been at the fort since 2007. They do an amazing amount of courses. Someone just sent me a link that they're doing a course this summer if anyone's interested with native carvers to actually carve totem poles, which is actually pretty cool. Rain Shadow Recording there's a full recording studio at Fort Worden. This is my original connection to Fort Worden. It was a different recording studio 20 years ago, and my youngest son recorded his first album playing African marimba at that particular recording studio. But they support the current partner, Rain Shadow Recording, supports a full global client base and is a tenant of Centrum's. United Earth Networks is one of our newest partners. They are a leader in cause-related event production globally. They were involved in Live Aid, White House conferences, and they're planning some Earth Day events at Fort Worden this year. I don't know the details on that yet. And then lastly is Washington State Parks, with whom we share responsibility for managing Fort Worden. And that brings us to the PDA. Sorry, I went through that really fast. You guys all have copies and can read all the stuff on the slides. So the PDA was really put in place to manage the place for parks and manage, all the partners. And it's not unlike, it's similar to a large organization in many ways, and it's different. So it's similar in that you have all these different groups that have all their different priorities, much like a large organization. And it's different because there's nobody really at the top other than state parks as the property owner. And I mentioned this earlier, until February 22, 2022, hospitality was part of the PDA and the foundation was part of the PDA. And I'm emphasizing that because it's kind of a big deal for us in how things have changed in the last couple of years. So what is a PDA? A PDA is a structure under Washington state law where a city can charter a public development authority to run a project or a place separately, but under supervision from the city. Generally speaking, it's usually one entity, so like Pike Place Market PDA, where the city owns the property and the city provides the oversight. What's a little different about our PDA is that the state parks owns the property, but the city provides the oversight. So it's a bit of a three-legged stool. So why a PDA? Well, PDAs can be a little bit more nimble than a city government or state government. We can attract private citizen involvement. We have, the city can have less control over projects and reduce the liability of projects to the city. For example, and we'll talk about this a little later, we have debt, and that's not a liability for the city because it's the PDA's debt. We are a little bit more autonomous than if we were just a city agency or a state agency, and we can partner with the city and with the state in a way that where we're not part of either entity. So this Fort Worden organizational ecosystem really has four primary players, which is parks, which takes care of the recreation and the camping function, PDA, which takes care of the real estate, property management, and facilities, hospitality, which is taking care of food, beverage, lodging, and events, and Centrum and all the other partners who are taking care of the programs, education, visitor engagement, individual fundraising, capital fundraising, and grants. And so we work together, and we have to work together. There's no single entity that has the whole package, but we each have a piece of the package, and we have to work closely together. Our current situation, however, is that our current is really driven by our financial situation, and that is that the way we were set up with our leases and our contracts, our current expenses exceed our current revenue. And so we are not able to be sustainable based on the way that we were set up initially. And I'll talk about that in a minute because it gets technical. But I look at it as it's a four-legged stool. And so we were set up to be that we were supposed to be funded by partner leases and concession fees, state parks reimbursements for deferred maintenance, outside funding and investment via the Fort Worden Foundation, and government grants. How's that working today? So the way that's working today is we're getting better at the partner leases, concession fees, and reimbursements. When I came in 3.5 months, almost 4 months ago, we were not doing very well. We had not collected utilities reimbursements in 2023 in a way that anybody agreed with or aligned with. So we'd collected some. In 2022, the PDA absorbed $70,000 of electric and water bills that were never billed to partners. And I just didn't think that was sustainable. So we are billing 100% to partners, and we've been working through that. State Parks has been great in, understanding the deferred maintenance and reimbursing us for things that break because of the deferred maintenance. And those have been things like boilers, windows, fire escapes, anything having to do with fire and life safety. And we can talk about that in detail at any time. I don't want to take up all of our time with that, but I can get into detail on that. And then external funding investment via the foundation. The foundation felt that the way that the PDA was going, that they didn't want to participate in supporting the PDA other than managing the historic tax credits for the Maker Square project. So that is what the foundation is currently doing. We are now working with the foundation to get them more involved and engaged, and we're looking at what kinds of small projects they could get engaged with as a way of re-engaging that would feel good to them, that would have some impact and feel good to everybody. But as of right now, this moment in time, there's just nothing. And then government grants, federal, state, and county. I shouldn't have made that red. That should be yellow. So we do have, we do have an appropriation from the governor's fund for renewable energy for the campus, but basically for design and initial capital expense, but not nearly the capital expense that was envisioned by that project. And so we're still looking at that, and we need to look at that a little bit more. But as of right now, we don't have anything specific coming in from that. So that's where we are. And that's why, as Mike said, we're looking at the strategic plan process to say, how can we be successful in the future? We've had some early wins. To be honest, when I started 4 months ago, we had partners not talking to each other, not talking to the PDA. Parks was sidelined. And so one of the things we've been doing is trying to improve the culture, get people to trust each other more, start engaging with each other more, creating a more collaborative environment, changing the decision-making process to make it more transparent so that everybody's participating in it. And so instead of just sending invoices for things, we get everybody together, we lay out the process. We say for utilities, we said, here's what our utility bills are. Here's what we had to absorb in 2022. Here's what we think are 3 ways that we could do this. And the partners said, we don't like any of those. I went, okay, so what are we going to do? So we ended up, I sat down with Centrum and Hospitality and Parks, and the 4 of us came up with a spreadsheet and with a set of criteria that would, that each building, we could identify how each building was used and how that might impact the utility expense, and that averaged into a single index number, and then we applied the single index number to each. And it was different for electric and water because those are different. And everybody accepted that method. They would like it to be more specific and more precise. They would like smart meters all over campus, but that costs money too. And so everyone's bought into this methodology for right now. And we have invoiced for December 22 through September 23, and people are paying that. And we're about to invoice this week for Q4 of 23, and then we'll be catching up for 24 and getting onto a monthly basis. But it's been a heavy lift, and we have to do that for everything we do. Now we have to do that for common area maintenance expenses. And so we have to explain the leases to our tenants, because in many cases, and I'm sure you all understand this, in many cases we had one person from a partner organization negotiate the lease with us, and they understood what they were negotiating. And then you have somebody else on the ground that's doing operations that is going to do it the way they've always done it, unless someone tells them otherwise. And so we need to have these meetings and get everybody on board and get everybody sort of pointed in the same direction and moving in the same direction. And that's what we're doing. And we have challenges. I could read this list, but what I really want to do is tell you about what happened on ORO last week, because it really speaks to almost everything on this list. Officers Row housing, they're old. The most recent renovations are 10 years old. In the hospitality industry, 7-year refresh is standard. So those are the newest, best ones. The older ones, they're old and they haven't been touched, and we haven't had the money because it's going to be several $1 million to renovate each one. And so they're these old houses, but now we're using them for hospitality, which is a commercial use. So as a commercial use, we have to provide fire protection. So we have fire suppression systems that have been installed in the attics of these buildings that, according to the contractor, aren't quite the right pitch that they're supposed to be at, but they were the best we can do in these old historic buildings. And they're supposed to be dry systems, but of course water gets in because they're not at the right pitch, and air gets in and the air condensates. And then we had historically cold weather, and these houses aren't well insulated because most things around here aren't well insulated. And so in 3 buildings over the course of about 16 hours on January 15th, the fire suppression systems in 3 of these houses exploded in the attic. And water was pouring and dripping down all 4 floors all the way to the basement. There was standing water, there was everything. There's water still in the light fixtures in the dining rooms. There's water sitting in the light fixtures. The ceilings, the lath and plaster ceilings have fallen down in the bedrooms. And the way that water works in old buildings like this is you don't know where the water is. You don't know where it went. Just because the ceiling didn't fall down doesn't mean it's okay. So we now have to do remediation, and those buildings are going to be offline for at least a year because remediation isn't going to get us back to get those buildings to usable condition. It's just going to get them to where we can mothball them until we can renovate them. They've needed renovation for years. They've needed capital improvements for years, but we've sort of limped along and gotten by with them the way they are. So I don't know what that's going to cost yet. I like to think in terms of how many zeros. I think there's going to be easily 6 zeros in terms of order of magnitude. And, we're going to have to do a public process. We have to figure out, can we do these design build? Do we need to hire an architect first and then construction? How are we going to do this? And we already know it costs at least $1 million to do the outside of these buildings, the exteriors, because of the ones that we last did. And this is a slippery slope. If there's water damage on the inside of the exterior walls, and we have to replace the inside of those walls, and if there's water and if the window frames are wet, and we have to pull those off, and then we have to replace the windows, now you're on the exterior of the house also, and we have to do the exterior, which we know are lead paint, and half the siding has to be replaced in order to do that. So this is a really big deal. And ORO houses are the crown jewel of Fort Worden. People have emotional attachment to these houses. We were told that Ed Littlefield, who's one of the biggest donors of Centrum, that 11 West is his favorite house. And the other thing is, if you've been there, they're duplexes, and there's a common wall. So the ones that failed were 11 East and West and 10 West. What we don't know is until we start the remediation, is if there's water in that common wall, which has old electrical that has fabric covered wires, then 10 East is down too. So today's the 24th. This happened 9 days ago.
Right.
We're still in the middle of this, and we couldn't get ServPro out to start the remediation until Saturday because they got snowed in Port Angeles on Wednesday and Thursday last week.
I might just
After this happened.
I was just going to jump in. Are these the photos that we received, Becky?
Did you share the photos, Mike? Yes.
Okay.
Did you share the
I think in your
videos?
email you'll see photos that the 11524 house, just if you wanted to get a sense of it, it's pretty dramatic. Becky sent them to us this morning.
And I mean, that's on top of all these other challenges that we already had. And so we're living, it's a little bit, I call it a scarcity mindset and a scarcity environment. We're just robbing Peter to pay Paul all the time. And on top of that, we have a $6 million bond with debt service, and that's not insignificant. But it's not all off. I mean, those are our challenges, and we also have some opportunities here. As Mike said, the strategic plan update, we have basically the question we have asked Pros Consulting is, here's the situation. What do we need to do to be successful? Do we need to change our organizational form? What do we need to do, and what do we need to put in place to be successful, because failure is not an option? Part of the strategic plan update is PROS has brought in a subcontractor, a subconsultant who specializes in hospitality. They will be looking at the hospitality operations, both current and historic. The PROS has also suggested doing an economic impact study, and I'm working on trying to get sponsorship for that piece of the work that's not from state parks. So stay tuned on that one. And we've also asked PROS to help us identify new revenue opportunities that we've been focusing for a long time on just expense, and we really need to focus on revenue. We need to balance the past with the present and future opportunities. And one of the things we see as a huge opportunity right now is a much stronger relationship with parks than has always been the case in the past. And we see that, we feel that, and we're really excited about that. We want to think big, and we want to lead the fort with vision and collaborative engagement. And that's the plan. We have 3 new board members as of last night. I think it's really exciting. We have Bob Davis, who came out of Snohomish County Housing Authority. We have Steve Dowdell, who's an attorney that worked with the federal government, and Andy Cashin, whose family has a property management company in Minnesota, and he does their finances. And so I think we're excited about these new board members and what they bring to the table. We're still seeking others. It's a little odd that we now have an all-male board and an all-female staff, and we're going to seek to balance that a little bit better as we go forward. So Mike said to include a little bit about me. I threw all this stuff on here really fast. The short version is, as I look back, my entire career has been managing and leading technologically and organizationally complex projects, most but not all of them in the built environment arena, and for things that had never been done before, or people thought couldn't be done. So we can talk about the details, but that's really the headline. That's what I've done, and that's why when David resigned and we were having trouble finding somebody, David Timmons, sorry.
Too many Davids.
We have, yeah. I said, I could do this, but let me know. And that's where we find ourselves today. And that's it. Thank you.
Well, I'll take just a minute to introduce myself, because I'm not familiar with everybody here. My name is David King. Been the chairs for now into my 3rd year as chair of the board. Celeste came onto the board at the same time. I guess I would consider myself basically one of your historic structures. I've been there. I was there when Louis Gossett and Richard Gere fought in the balloon hangar before it was McCurdy Pavilion. I came in and basically made a career of marine trades in the community. But I was on city council when we passed the first PDA, when we created the PDA. I was mayor when we repurposed it to be directed and responsible for Fort Worden. So I'm, and I live about 4 blocks away. So I'm in Fort Worden even before joining the board. I was in Fort Worden 3 or 4 times a week. Fort Worden is literally my backyard. So as you can possibly hear, I've offloaded much of my brain to our new interim executive director, gratefully, because of all the work that is required. But I just would sort of call a parallel for us and for the Parks Commission. There are very significant challenges at Fort Worden at taking care of it, at preserving it, at creating a future for it. And it's an ongoing work that I've been engaged in, not quite so directly as recently, but for most of my time there, I've been one way and another, a participant in preserving and helping Fort Worden. And so the rewards, I think what's important is the life-changing experiences that are provided by these organizations that we just listed. The School of the Arts and the School of Woodworking are relatively new. They are not positioned in your strategic plan because they've showed up, but they're also kind of homegrown. They came up basically from the community and are an expression of the community. And I think that's a great strength of Fort Worden. is that it's a regional expression supported by a local community that acknowledges and recognizes its importance, not only just to us at Fort Townsend, but as a significant world treasure. And we treat it that way and love it in that way. And it's got all these problems. And so we have to figure out how to keep it doing the great things it does. And that, quite frankly, provides for me the motivation for showing up every day. My son rode his bicycle without training wheels for the first time on the parade field. He was at Marines. He went to Marine Science Camp. He's 40 years old and a screenwriter in LA. So I think, for me, the Fort Worden is in my blood. And I'm very grateful to Celeste for having both the courage and the energy to step up and help us create this community, because I think that's really where what was lacking in the most recent transformations is acknowledging that we are a community of colleagues and that we actually have to figure out how to work this through together. And I think that's the difference from the last time you met with us a year and a half ago, is that we're concentrating on everybody, engaging with everybody in terms of at the iterative process of figuring out solutions to go forward so that we can provide these services and these life-changing events. And I think the only other thing I want to point out is that everybody else that's on this, that's part of this community, has their own missions. We're distinctive in that Fort Worden is our mission. We don't do programs. Fort Worden is what we are there for. And so, again, I would certainly reinforce what Celeste just said. We're very grateful for the active partnership by state parks to help work through this and make this sustainable for future generations.
So, yeah, we have a lot of time for questions and discussions. Can we get Commissioner Connolly back? And I saw Commissioner Bounds, Commissioner Latimer. So if you want to go, Commissioner Bounds.
Well, thank you guys for coming. And I just wanted to say a couple of things to my fellow commissioners, having spent more of my time than I thought I would watching your meetings over the last year. I think every one of them that's been videotaped and on your website. And just to say a couple of things about that. One is there was a lot of struggle that went along last year within the PDA, partly because of the lack of real good information about revenue, those leases and the formulas that was developed about how partners are going to pay and all that. We're really kind of unknown exactly what and the issues with the concessionaire about the concessionary fee and what the concessionaire is going to pay and what they felt like the PDA owed them for work that they were doing. So it was there was a lot of struggle, I think is the word, and the PDA board and staff, I think, worked really hard to work through that. And then toward the end of the year, when the previous director left and Celeste raised her hand and said, "How about me?" And I thought, oh boy, does she know what she's getting into? But she's been on the board. She knew what she was getting into. And I can tell you in those 3 months, the amount of work that's gone in, the effort, and the product is extremely impressive. And just 3 cheers to Celeste and the board for the work you've done and really understanding those numbers and getting to somewhat close conclusions about them. I'm not sure you're quite there, but maybe you are in terms of the payments and the revenue side. And then understanding the problem and the sustainability issue. So I think we need to think about this as this is 2011 again. And there's a PDA that's there, that's operating, that has very little staff. Celeste didn't mention exactly her hordes of people that work for her, but they're probably in 1 or 2 rooms, out there, because it's not there's just not that capacity since they've offloaded the hospitality to a third party and the foundation's not really operating in the interest directly of the PDA. So I think it's just important to acknowledge that effort and the point in time at which we're at, and that this really is kind of looking at how is this lifelong learning center, which I think we still all agree is the mission of the PDA, given all the activity that goes out there, the programming that you showed us today. So given that, what is the future and how best do we get to have a sustainable PDA with the state parks being a partner in this operation or whatever the operating entity ends up being. So this planning effort going forward, I think, is very similar to what probably happened back in 2008 to 2011. And I just, I'm very impressed. If you'd had to go through some search to hire a new director to get them up to speed, you would still be in that process, more than likely. I mean, it'd be close. So just kudos to Celeste for, again, having the courage to raise her hand and do that, and the board for having the good sense to take a chance. I get really, because and doing great work. So thank you. I'm sorry I missed the January 8th planning session, but I was on my way to Hawaii and I wasn't going to give that up. But I look forward to being part of that.
Have you watched, there's a recording. We can send you a link to the recording if you would like to watch.
I also want to acknowledge the constructive role of the city of Port Townsend. They basically let us hire Celeste as the interim executive director, even though there are in the ordinance, the creating ordinance that governs the operations of the PDA, which is under the auspices of the city. It says that you have to be off the board for more than a year before you can be hired on by the PDA, and they gave us a variance for that because of what Ken just pointed out, which is that we really did need to not only maintain momentum but establish some momentum.
Well, I think on our last visit, which was just a few months ago, I think Celeste had only been there like a month when we showed up. So, but I learned a lot about sort of the inner workings of Fort Worden, the PDA, and the partners that I had not known before. Just had a few questions. I think you made a comment when we were there that if everybody paid their sort of fair share of sort of the leases, that the model still wasn't sustainable just on that alone. And it sounds like you've made some progress on the utility, sharing utility costs. My question, I guess, first question is, do you feel like we're where we need to be in terms of partners paying their fair share of the leases? Then my second question is, do we have a pro forma for the PDA that is available to parks? And then I guess my third question is, when will your pros consultant have some type of recommendation as far as the overall structure and revenue opportunities, et cetera, et cetera?
Thank you. Those are really, really good questions.
Finance guy. In case you didn't know, he's a finance guy.
Oh,
If it wasn't obvious.
no, I got that. Yeah, I think part of my learning curve was, I think as a board member, I had understood that the leases were designed to make sure that all of our administrative expenses would be covered. And as I started getting into it and peeling the onion back, I started saying, oh, not really. Even when we get everybody, we're going to have to come up with things to get all of this paid for. And our projections that were in our budget about hospitality's concession fees were not in alignment. Optimistic is probably the best way to put it. They were optimistic, and not in alignment with hospitality's actual revenue projections. And so we have now, the 2024 budget has been worked through in collaboration with hospitality, with their projections of their revenues, and they're seriously looking at, becoming a seasonal business and not a year-round business. That has a whole bunch of implications, and that has implications for their revenues and for our concession fees, and we don't really know exactly what that means yet. So I don't know. The reality is we have a business plan that was produced. I don't know if you're aware of the memorandum of agreement between state parks, the city, and the PDA. And part of that was a requirement for a business model, a sustainable business model by November 30th, which is why I started on October 1st instead of November 1st as I'd originally proposed, because I knew I needed that extra month. And so there is a business model in there. And then we have our budget based on that, which shows, an operating deficit of about $1 million for 24 and a little bit less than that for 25. So it is not pretty. And so we are, to your third question, the pros consulting results, we are looking to get, they originally said end of March. I think they're looking at end of April. I've emphasized to them that they can't just show up with a result and say done, that in this environment, in this ecosystem, we're going to need to socialize the first draft of that with all the partners and get everybody's input in order to get buy-in. And that's a process, and that could take as much as a month, and they're aware of that. And then I believe Mike's asked for us to be done by the end of May. So that's our drop dead target date.
Thank you.
I have a little follow-up on that. Is it just a quick one? Just really quickly, you had mentioned seasonal, the concession agreement for a seasonal business. Do we have models where there's sort of a differentiated structure based on whether it's a seasonal or year-round? The June, you're not paying the same amount to be a business in June, July, August only versus year-round. I've mentioned I live on Whidbey Island, and what's very typical, and it's unusual, is that we have a lot of houses and they'll be posted and they'll say it's a 3-bedroom, 3-bath house. It's $2,500 a month from October till May. And then it's available for $250 a day starting June 1st. And if you did the math, that's roughly triple, because that's the difference between being year round. So it's like you can either have it around for $2,500 a month or you can have it, for $250 a day if you only want it for the summer. So I'm wondering if like that sort of structure is allowed, or it's, something that we would do, maybe not that extreme, but, it is very different in this place.
I think that's what we have been doing. But I think the concern is, so for example, one thing I neglected to say is that I think it was 11 East was actually occupied when all this happened last week. So they had to move, actually had to move. The good news is the fire alarms worked. And so that did alert the fire department and our on-site maintenance staff. But we had to actually move people out of one of those houses and into another house. And that's really what's behind hospitality's thinking about. And I don't think it's gone beyond thinking about what if we were seasonal instead of year round, because these disasters happen more often in the winter than they do in the summer, because it's heating systems, it's electrical systems, it's all of those things. So I don't know that we do not have a pro forma yet for that, but it's something that hospitality is investigating.
I think one of the things we're struggling with is the coordination of our planning and hospitality's planning, because they're pretty much a brand new business because they've gotten through their first couple of years. So they're struggling in terms of understanding what their operating constraints are, and also there's this sort of inbuilt challenge of we're a public entity like state parks is, but they're a private nonprofit, and so we're their sense of confidentiality, particularly with respect to their donors and their business operations. That's sort of I just want to say I think that's one of the, we're very actively dealing with those issues now that we weren't when in the past, and I think that's one of the benefits of the approach that Celeste is taking. All of these things have to be worked through so we can work together.
I want to say one other thing about your comment about like the cost of lodging and the seasonal cost of lodging. The single biggest liability for hospitality is the condition of the buildings. They get bad reviews. They get complaints because they're attempting to charge market rate for, especially during the high season, and the facilities are really, really old and substandard. And it's our job to take care of the place and fix up the buildings, but we're constrained by lack of funds.
Commissioner Williams? Oh, go ahead.
I can attest to that. I have friends who actually Greg was the orchestra leader in the band for Officer and the Gentleman, so it goes back that far. And they visited because one of their sons is a member of Fleet Foxes, and that's what Lisa said. She said these are not, considering what we have to pay to stay here, these are not of a quality that we would expect. And they're friends. I mean, they're friends and supporters. So I think that is a very serious challenge in terms of hospitality sustainability. Is the condition of and it very much comes out in the strategic plans as well in terms of where future investment should be, is make hospitality stronger.
So just to follow up on that, so as the lease is currently written, the condition of those buildings is the responsibility of state parks?
No, so that's
Okay.
that's a good point. As the leases are currently written, the leases, I'm going to say leases, but that includes the concession fee. So there's
Concession agreement.
Concession agreement. So it's the leases and the concession agreement that they took the buildings as is, and they're responsible for repairs and maintenance. That's a whole nother can of worms, because by doing it that way, you fragment the effort and you have everybody on campus. I mean, it's your property. You're the property owner. And you have all these different tenants on campus calling all these different vendors to do different things. And there's no tracking or coordination of what's been done by who when, because they're all responsible for it.
And there's also that we don't know, when something happens, it may be of a consequence sort of beyond the capability of any reasonable tenant to manage. We used money, I think was legislative money, for replacing a chiller at the Commons last year for $150,000. That's, that's just not something you would. It was certainly the responsibility of hospitality to do that, but they did not have the capability of doing that. And so we have to, making it, I think we have clearly made it the responsibility of the tenants and hospitality that they have this responsibility, but they're not going to be able to execute, fulfill that responsibility without help. And you've helped very significantly. I think one of the traditions that I am aware of, since I've been at this so long, is not knowing how much it costs to run Fort Worden. It's just, I remember before the master lease, it was very difficult for the state parks to tell us what we were going to take on when we took this on, just because of the variability of expenses at Fort Worden, because of what happens there quite often. So it is a challenge.
I think the other answer to your question is to answer your question with a question. And the question that comes up very often is, what is the responsibility of state parks for years and years and years, for decades of deferred maintenance? And while it's been great, and the way it's been up until now has been, we'll just tell us what's broken, and we'll tell us what's broken, write us an A19 and we'll reimburse you for that. And it's a narrow way of looking at the problem, because the problem is so much greater than the sum of those parts. And so there's no real strategy. That's a tactical, after the fact way of dealing with those issues, as opposed to a strategic foresight way of looking at how do we want to prioritize the problems on this park. And we've sort of been like, well, we have no priorities, so we're just gonna tell us what's broken and we'll fix it. And can we really continue that way? I don't know.
Okay. Thanks for that. So the $100 million, no, the $1 million that was in the capital budget for energy. Well, let me back up. I visited in September, spoke with staff. And that was the first time I'd learned about sort of the idea around doing a geothermal project at the property. And the ultimate price tag quite concerned me. I don't know if my first career was in engineering. You know, I know I've talked some with Deputy Director Sternbach about this, but I do hope that maybe some of that money could actually be used to really assess. And we're looking at a lot of our historic buildings to assess them from an energy point of view and what makes sense to do in the future, rather than assuming a solution and then, you see what I'm saying?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Good
Preach the choir.
Good segue. Good segue for a
Absolutely.
spot.
And I feel the same way. I came in, first of all, when I was out of town when we had for that workshop that we had that presentation. So I watched the recording after and I was a little horrified. And if you don't know what Holly and I are talking about, the capital price tag for that project was $113 million. And so what I've been doing is working with with Parks's capital projects team, with your legislative liaison, with our lobbyist, to reframe the naming and the scope of that project from the Fort Worden geothermal project to the Fort Worden energy efficiency and renewal project.
Great.
To say it may or may not in the future include a smaller geothermal plant, but we need to look at the contours of this campus. And for example, we already have 2 ORO houses down because the steam line between 2 of them has collapsed. And so, like our lobbyist said, well, just replace the steam line. Oh, good, it's capital. It'll last longer than 13 years. I said, great. I said, and what'll happen is as soon as we do that, the boilers will die and it will be a relic to go into a museum of what a steam pipe used to look like. So I don't think so. That's not a good idea. But what I would like to explore is there are newer high efficiency electric boilers, and we haven't really looked into that. It was taken off the table early because we don't have enough power from the PUD to support that as a solution right now. But I think we need to look at, are there other places that we can save more power? Can we ask PUD, what would a new substation cost? Can we get that sponsored by somebody? And then can we do this in a different way to address the needs in a logical sequence and logical phasing that we need, which is like, we need some of that like this year.
Right. Okay.
So yeah, we're on this.
Right. And so we have, we
Same.
started a little bit late. We have a few
yeah.
more minutes. Did you have more follow-up questions?
I can just ask.
Okay.
We can talk about this afterwards.
Commissioner Bounds?
Yeah, just a couple. One is about Centrum and your relationship to Centrum, because they are also raising money for I assume for the buildings that they are tenants in to make improvements. And the other is, I think this is correct, the lease with the state wasn't the PDA responsible for the buildings, and then you've transferred that to the hospitality concessionaire?
I think that's correct.
And I think we had some responsibility for certain infrastructure. Is that
Yes, and
correct,
we've
Mike?
committed in the lease to continuing to participate on the capital side,
Right.
but not being able to predict not being able to quantify that, but just that we'd be participating as we're able.
Right. Anyway, so Centrum, the relationship with Centrum, because they've taken a kind of a chunk of the campus and are kind of taking full responsibility for that. Is that correct?
I think that it's certainly our hope and expectation that the result of establishing long-term relationships with Centrum and the other partners through these leases is that they would be able, and it's certainly happening both at, for instance, at the School of Woodworking and at Centrum, that they would be able to engage their own donor base to find resources to both improve and maintain their facilities. And I think that's underway.
And is that then reducing their lease payments to the PDA, or is it any
They're
relationship to that at all?
No, but I
No,
think
their lease payments, the lease payments on all the Class D buildings are zero. That's what
Okay.
the leases are, with a very small administrative fee once a year in January. Well, this is one of the things the consultant's looking at for us. They're going to do a couple things. They're going to help us with a lease audit to audit the leases. But they're also looking at, does this really make sense to have everybody, all these different entities raising capital funds from all the same sources here regionally and separately, as opposed to working together to raise capital funds for Fort Worden that will benefit everybody. And so I think those are two different paths. I think we've been on one path, but we may, jury's still out, but we may be shifting to a different path.
I think you've kind of been originally on one entity being the PDA doing that, and then transition to, well, that ain't working, so let's get, try to get the partners to do that. Centrum obviously being the large one that has some capacity to do that, and now kind of back to who is going to be responsible for that, which I think is a legitimate question, and one that is going to be driving a lot of the decisions.
I guess, my experience, a lot of my experience is in, large corporate real estate and property management facilities organizations. Sometimes doing it internally, other times outsourcing it to big organizations like JLL, Cushman & Wakefield, CBRE. And so that's the model I'm used to, which is you do have one entity managing all that on behalf of the property owner. That doesn't mean you can't do it another way. That's just been my experience, and that's how globally, that's how it's done, generally speaking, in most organizations in most places.
With the tenant taking some responsibility for tenant improvements.
Yes, for the tenant taking some responsibility for tenant improvements, but with the landlord reviewing and approving. I mean, I worked with Alaska Airlines during the Virgin merger, and in the middle of that, the CEO decided he also wanted to bring Horizon Air closer in, and we stood up Horizon Air's corporate headquarters in 5 months in a lease space where the landlord did not want us to build any new walls.
I actually think what's happening with the geothermal project is a good example of kind of the metamorphosis. If you look at there, we established a memorandum of understanding with after we set up hospitality that incorporated what are your priorities, what should we be fixing on your behalf so that you can be successful. And we fixed the chiller at the Commons on that basis. We replaced the stairs on the outside of Building 203 so that could continue to be utilized by hospitality. And the geothermal was originally a response to, we've got to fix these heating systems. They keep breaking down. We can't do it. And then it became this large thing that was going to cost $100 million and wasn't going to help anybody for a decade because it became this big project. And I think under the leadership of Celeste, we've gone, no. We really need to get back to sort of an appreciation of what we need to do on an ongoing basis in a collaborative way, so that your priorities, hospitality, are our priorities, and that your priorities, Centrum, are the priorities of the campus. And so that is the hopeful benefit of the much larger amount of communication that's taking place across the campus at this time.
And hopefully the planning process will get us an answer there. So we've got the capitals on the one hand, it has a huge impact on the operating. If you can't lease out an officer's row house, you're not going to get any money from it. Hospitality's not getting any money from it. They're not going to be able to pay a fee. On the operating side, with the budget you've developed, I mean, what's your best guess based on what you've got is the sort of annual nut? It's for a better word, in a range. I mean, I know you don't know precisely. Close to 3 million.
It's 2 to 3. I
2
mean,
to 3.
It all depends on, and to your point, yeah, we're chasing our tails all the time. Like, what's gonna, the question is, what's gonna break next year? And this year it was 3 row houses, maybe 4. So that's a big nut, and that was not budgeted. The remediation, I think we can cover in the budget. The renovation, absolutely not. So that's a big capital expense, but it's something that will generate operating revenue and will last for a long time.
Right. So, but the operating nut is what? What do you think that is?
For the PDA now, it's
For the-
between $2 and $3 million a year.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? It will be joining us for lunch, so if you have any other discussion.
And
Deputy
just
Director Sternbeck, yeah.
Just one other thing, we will have some dates planned here in February and in March when the consultant will be up at Fort Ward, and we'll make sure that you're aware of those dates. So if it's something you want to participate in, you can do that.
Okay. So thank you so much. Thank you. Really fascinating presentation. We will now take a break for lunch until 1 p.m. And Becky, do you want to let us know where lunch is?
Thank you for having us.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys, and thanks for all the work.
So we are back from lunch, and our next presentation, already and on time, is from our Human Resources Director, Amber Erdahl.
Thank you, Commissioner Dannenberg. Today I'm going to talk about our agency workforce data, so the different demographic and diversity information regarding the makeup of our workforce. I have a lot of slides in 45 minutes, which is going to be a lot of data and information I'm going to share. So just letting you know so you can be ready for the quiz at the end. Okay, so we're going to jump right in. First, I'm going to start out talking about our permanent employee base. Sorry, we're going to pause for just a moment. Okay, I think we're set and it is now connected to the team screen. So for those who are virtual can see it. So permanent employees, we can see steadily from 2017 until fiscal year 2023, we have a steady increase of our permanent employee base. So our highest number of permanent employees is 647 employees in October of 2023. Now this only includes permanent. This does not include our non-permanent seasonal employees that we hire in the summer, just our permanent base of employees. In July 31st of 2016, we had 519 permanent employees. So we've grown from 2016 until now by approximately 25%, 128 employees. So good news as we are continuing to, get more and more visitors and different things with the parks. Length of service of our permanent employees, and again, this only includes our permanent employees. It's really interesting to see that 47% of our permanent employee base has only been with parks between 1 and 5 years. We have about 11.8% who are over 20 years. And then it, grows a little bit until we hit that 1 to 5 years. So that's a pretty substantial telling, story for us to be able to understand that we don't have a lot of longevity here at state parks currently. Now we're going to jump into our non-permanent employee count. And you can see the cyclical pattern. And so this is per fiscal year. So you can see the cyclical pattern of showing, the peaks are going to be in July because that's when we have our most employee count, per year. So what's really interesting is as you look at this, we have decreased just a little bit in our non-permanent employee count. We do remain fairly steady from season to season. We dropped by 46 employees from 2016 to 2023. So really we are fairly steady, but there's just a really slight drop there. So the highest non-perm employee count in 2023 is 379 employees. In 2016, in July, we had 425 employees. This slide is going to show a lot of data at once. We're going to spend a little bit of time on this slide. So if you look at I'm not so sure if it's your upper left or your upper right, but it's the number of employees, permanent and non-perm. It's sort of the orangish yellow looking graph. This shows both permanent and non-permanent employees together. And it just continues to show that we can see steady growth since fiscal year 13. We've had approximately a 23% increase in staff since 2013 until through fiscal year 2023. So that shows our highest number of staff actually happened here in fiscal year 23 at 1,049 employees. And that includes permanent and non-permanent employees. We jump to the next slide or the next graph, which is the green bar graph. And this shows the median, the average length of service our employees are staying with us. And we can see from fiscal year 16 to fiscal year 23, that is dropping. Average was 9 years, now we're down to 5 years. And that was represented in the prior slide that shows 47% of our workforce has between 1 and 5 years here with state parks. The slide two with the purple sideways bar graph is HR employees by agency. So you don't see parks there, but what I will tell you is what you see is the top half of the highest number. So for example, Department of Enterprise Services, 5.6% of their workforce are HR employees. That's really not representative of true HR staff supporting their agency because they hire HR people to do training for other agencies. They also provide HR support for other agencies. So that's kind of an outlier of a number. But the next agency down is LCB, which is Liquor Control Board, and 3.2% of their staff support our HR employees who support their agency. Now, where is Parks and all of that? We are at 1.4%. And we are really just kind of smack dab in the middle of all of the agencies. Kind of in the smack dab in the middle, bottom half area. I feel like, based upon other agencies that are surrounding us, like Department of Transportation, Department of Corrections, we are very similar to those numbers. So we are fairly appropriately staffed. Let's see here. This graph below says full-time, part-time. We have 700 full-time employees and 349 part-time employees. So about a third of our workforce is part-time. We are a little over a third, 36% of our workforce are non-permanent employees. So this shows you the breakout between 673 permanent employees versus 376 non-permanent employees. And over 90% of our employees are overtime eligible. Also, over 90% of our employees are represented by the Washington Federation of State Employees Collective Bargaining Union. So what does our manager profile look like within state parks? We have two graphs here. One is the percent of managers and the other one is percent WMS. WMS stands for Washington Management Service, and it's just a classification that's used to identify management level positions within state government. But percent managers includes WMS as well as EMS, Exempt Management Service, which is myself and Director Dupuy and Director Crimmins and a few of us here in the room. In addition, we have some general service classified employees that are coded as management. So you can see from fiscal year 11 to fiscal year 23, we are dropping in the amount of management level positions within the agency. And interestingly, our percent of WMS, so our classification into WMS is increasing from 3.2% in fiscal year 11 to 4.2% fiscal year 23. And so it's just that sort of difference is just how we're coding and classifying positions is what it boils down to. I think the biggest, most important piece to take away from this slide is the fact that our management representation within the agency is decreasing since fiscal year 11. And there's a lot of reasons for that. We went through, fiscal year 11, 12, 13, so that sort of that recession area. We had hiring freezes, we had layoffs. And so that's a lot of the story and behind that reduction between fiscal year 11 into probably 15 and 16. And then we can kind of see then again, and we started to ramp back up in fiscal year 20 before COVID hit, and then COVID hit and we're back down again. So how do we compare with managers and other agencies? This is a terrible slide and I apologize for that. It is really hard to read. Even on my screen, it's really hard to read. So bottom line is we are smack dab in the middle of representation of how many management positions we have in the agency. So our agency is made up of 8% of our positions are management positions. And when you look at the top, we've got UTC, Utilities and Transportation Commission at 20%, but then it also ranges all the way down to a smaller agency that has 2.2%. But we have 8% of our positions coded as management. We're in line with Attorney General's office, Department of Transportation, the Military Department, Department of Health. So there's definitely a range here by all means, but we are, we kind of trend in the middle part. Fish and wildlife is 4.1%. Agriculture is 5.2%. DNRs has 7.1% of their positions coded as management. So just to kind of give you some comparable agencies of other natural resource like agencies. So now that you've had a little bit of the makeup of the workforce between sort of employee groups and classifications, how are we looking as far as turnover? In fiscal year 23, our turnover rate is 9.6%. We lost about 62 positions. Now, what's interesting is you see a bar here for fiscal year 24, but just as a note, we have not completed that entire fiscal year. So that data, I would not necessarily look at the fiscal year 24. Fiscal year 23 is going to give us the best picture. So it shows in fiscal year 2022, we had a lot of high turnover. That's related to the COVID vaccine mandate and employees that we lost through the COVID vaccine situation. When we're looking at turnover, we like to see less than 10%. We're pretty close to 10%. So we need to be keeping an eye on this turnover rate and ensuring that we are employing strategies to retain our employees, which is great because we've already been having lots of conversations about different things that we can do to retain our employees and to ensure that that's a priority for our agency. Here's an interesting note though. Oh, maybe it's not that one. Maybe I get to it a little bit later. Oh, I guess I'm missing a slide somehow. So we'll just kind of talk you through it a little bit. The good news is that we, let's see here. Overall, our turnover rate is declining, but we do have a higher turnover rate than Department of Agriculture, Department of Ecology, Department of Fish and Wildlife. We have a less of a turnover rate, less than Department of Natural Resources. DNR has a higher turnover rate than we do. So just kind of looking at other agencies that are natural resource agencies, we are a little bit on the higher side compared to our compared to a couple of others. So we're kind of in the middle really is where we're at, but we need to really look at how do we ensure that we are getting the candidates to work for Washington State Parks and Recreation, and we don't lose our candidates to other natural resource agencies. So with that, we can move into the diversity of staff. This slide shows the breakout of staff who have reported their ethnic origin. So these next slides, I'm going to show you data, but it's only data if employees report it. It's not required for employees to report their diversity data. It's encouraged. And so, there's going to be, data here that doesn't capture everything, but it gives us a little bit of a good look of where we're at. This shows that 87.4% of our workforce report that they identify as white and not Hispanic origin. We show some representation of Hispanic, Asian, or Pacific Islander and American Indian and Alaskan. This does not show the category of Black or not Hispanic origin because we do not have any employees that have documented that they identify with this ethnic origin. It doesn't mean that we don't have any at all, but we don't have a representation where employees have documented that they are a part of that ethnic group. So that's something that we need to pay attention to. There's another slide with lots of information on it. We've got a generation graph here. So, what we had been seeing is a lot of the baby boomers making up the workforce. And we're really seeing that change really quickly, as you can see of course, based upon sort of age and, retirement eligibility and different things. A lot of the shift of the workforce is made up of Generation X and millennials, but we are starting to see Gen Z join our workforce. And there are generational differences that we will have to ensure that we're paying attention to. For example, our Generation Z, our younger generations, they're a little different than the baby boomers in the sense that they may stay with a job for a year or 2 years and then move on. They like variety. They like to move. We saw more in the baby boomer generation that they might stay for, with an agency their whole entire career or half of their career. So just some different adaptations that we will have to make. A slide here that shows our disability status, that we have about 4.5% of employees who identify with having a disability. We have 5% of our workforce who identify as veterans. 6.9% of our workforce identify as LGBTQ+. And the gender identity makeup of our workforce, 59.4% of employees identify as male, 37.8% identify as female. We have 2% that identify as unspecified, and either that they just are not comfortable specifying male or female, or they may specify as a different gender, such as non-binary. The next slides are going to show some trends of the diversity, trends over time of the diversity of our staff, so we can see where we've been growing or maybe where we've been declining. So we'll start out with age. We can see that the majority of our staff are between ages 45 to 64 or 45 and 65 and older. And that's really getting our employees close to retirement. So we need to start preparing for succession planning and retirement numbers. So approximately 184 permanent employees will turn 65 within the next 10 years. Within the next 3 years, 47 employees will be eligible for retirement. Within the next 5 years, an additional 51 employees will be eligible for retirement. And within the next 10 years, an additional 102 employees will be eligible for retirement. And when we're working at 650 some odd employees, that's about a third of our permanent workforce who will be able to retire in the next 10 years. So our diversity trend related to people of color, in fiscal year 24, 13% of our agency identify as a person of color. This shows our trend slightly increasing with our employees and hiring people of color. So that's good news for us, but we need to keep doing it. We need to keep finding those diverse communities and reaching out to them and ensuring that they can equitably apply for our positions and equitably find out about information related to our positions. How do we compare? So this graph shows comparison on how do we compare between natural resources, fish and wildlife, Department of Ecology, and the overall state. So DNR is in purple, fish and wildlife is orange, ecology is yellow, and the overall state average is blue. State parks is green. So you can see, again, we kind of fall in the middle. We are well below the state average, but we are above a couple of other natural resource agencies and very similar to Department of Ecology, not too far off. They're a little bit ahead of us. The next slide related to people who identify with a disability. This slide represents the trend, again, from fiscal year 17 to current date related to employees who report they are a person with a disability. This too is trending upward. But we are an agency where jobs are very physically demanding, so it's important to ensure that we're engaging with employees on how we can accommodate those who identify with a disability. Being able to accommodate employees to do the essential functions of their job allows us to employ more and more people with a disability. And I think this trend demonstrates that we've been doing a good job at being able to find accommodations for our employees. The work still continues. It doesn't stop. This slide is unfortunate. From fiscal year 17 to fiscal year 24, we are showing a decline in the representation of veterans in our workplace, which actually was a slide that in this data point that really surprises me because we do a lot of outreach in the military community with JBLM and even across the nation and some other areas. So this just tells us that we need to continue work in this area. We have the Skill Bridge program, which we bring on interns from the military department who are in the military who want to transition into a civil position, civil service position. So we need to continue that work and maybe strengthen that internship program a little bit stronger to see if we can increase our veteran representation. How do we compare in veterans with other agencies? Department of Natural Resources is in purple, Fish and Wildlife is orange, Parks is green, Ecology is yellow, the state average is blue. This definitely shows that we were a leading agency and fairly close to the overall state average in fiscal year 19, 20, and 21. And in 22 and 23, we're losing our veteran workforce. And so we got to try to figure out what's going on there and become a leader again. I might be going through this way faster than I expected. So maybe we'll help move the agenda along. Okay, so diversity trends. This is the last slide of trends regarding diversity in our workplace. This slide shows that we are hiring more females than in years past, and the gap between male and female is decreasing. In fiscal year 23, the data shows that we had approximately 59.5% of the workforce that identified as male, which we talked about a little bit ago, and 37.9% female and 2% unspecified. So it is encouraging to see that we're bringing more females into our natural resource like positions and into our agency. Now there is plenty of time for questions.
Actually there. Okay.
We are there.
All right. This is really fascinating. I see Commissioner Latimer has a question. All right, start here. And then if we could just get Commissioner Connolly back. Yeah, he's like,
Okay,
Tana
so-
coming to do that. Thank you.
So good, really good presentation. I'm glad that you gave this presentation. One thing, I guess one just comment and then one question. I know there were some comments, I think, raised at a couple of the meetings previously about, the management staff seeming to, grow because we had more regions and more ELT and so I think there were some questions or concerns about, are we starting to get too top heavy? But I think clearly the data shows that that's not the case because we also have a much larger workforce now as well. So I'm glad that you provide that data because I think that really clarifies that. And then the other one's a question because you made a comment about sort of wanting to keep the turnover rate at around 10%. And I know that probably, as you mentioned, the pandemic sort of skewed those numbers here within the last 5 years, where we have this sort of growing population, almost close to 60%, I think, that's less than 5 years with the agency. But you also have, over the next 10 years, you have 185 people that are eligible to retire. So it seems like it would be, unless that number comes down, it seems like it's going to be difficult to keep it at 10%.
Yeah, Commissioner Latimer, you're absolutely correct. And really, ideally, we'd like it to be less than 10%. Of course, the lowest we can get it is great, but also there is some level of healthy turnover that needs to occur. So, anywhere over 10% is too high of a turnover number. And so I think ensuring that we can try to retain our staff that are in that 1 to 5 year category to keep them continuing to grow and have some sort of succession and promotional opportunities to grow within the agency, because I think retirement for folks is inevitable. So that is not necessarily something that we get to control per se. And so we have a lot of needs to be able to balance. We've got to be able to balance ensuring that those employees who are getting ready to retire and hitting that time frame feel supported. We still, want them. Their knowledge is valuable. When knowledge walks out the door, that's hard to get back if it hasn't been passed down. So we really do need to be thinking about what are those succession plans to be able to pass that knowledge down to that 47 to 60% group of employees that are less than 5 years. So it is going to be interesting to manage that turnover number. And you are correct also about the overall picture of the level of management within the organization. So, yeah.
Sure.
Exit interviews.
Yes.
Do you learn anything from them?
Here's what I've learned so far. I've been here since January 1st of 2023. We have an exit interview survey that's very robust, and we need to find better strategies to ensure that our staff are, when they leave, are using them and giving us the data back. So that's something that's a priority for HR in 2024 to figure out a better process to really communicate that we have this important tool that we really need to be using. So have not learned anything yet because we don't have very many staff actually taking the survey.
Because it's voluntary.
Because it's voluntary. But I do think there are things that we can do to communicate about it, repeatedly communicate about it. I'd even like our HR staff to follow up with employees who are leaving to remind them, hey, there is the survey. Let's go through it together if you're comfortable with that. So seeing if we can find different mediums to get employees to want to give us the information.
Do we know what the veteran population is now? Is that increasing, decreasing? I would think it might be declining. It's the Vietnam era veterans get older and older.
Yeah, that's definitely a number that we need to take a look at. I don't know it off the top of my head right now as far as what the trend is here in the area.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And do we know, do we have information on the number of employees that don't make it through probationary period?
I do have that number. I don't have it with me today, but it's definitely something that I can follow up with.
Just curious about, I don't know what if there's some metric there that you want to try to have or keep, or, you always hope 100% you hire the right people all the time, but we know that's not always true. And so that period is I found that period to be pretty important to make sure that the hiring agency is doing the right thing once they've made the hiring decision and monitoring the potential success of the employees.
Absolutely, I agree. And I think that number can tell us a lot if we see patterns in particular areas or anything like that. And we can look at, how the onboarding process is and different things. So you're right, and I can get that number. I don't have it with me today. Okay.
I'll just go ahead and jump in just because it ties in. I actually looked up the statistics because I had the same thought that Commissioner Bounds had. I just was going to note that, from sort of around the 22 range, we saw 21 to 22, we saw a pretty significant drop in the length of service, a pop up in the turnover, and a drop in the veteran percentage. And of course, that's post pandemic. So we did have a lot of people who maybe, were retirement age. And as sort of anecdotally, we know people who are retirement age do not always just walk out the door exactly when they can retire. But the pandemic did prompt a lot of people to either not want to go back to work for medical health reasons because they've just rethought their life and what they want to do, all kinds of reasons. And then so just out of curiosity, I did look up the veteran percentage, and 75 plus 41%, 65 to 74 21%, 55 to 64 12.5%. It is considered, there's a considerable drop in the next age range as well, but just that you might have a lot of active service. So I was really just going, well, okay, let's just think, veteran. But from 35 to 54, it's 7.5%. So that's a pretty significant drop. It's a, 50 to 100% drop by these sort of age groups in terms of veteran status. So, I mean, I was like, it'd be interesting to see a correlation if you just had a lot of veterans retire, or was there like a reason for leaving, which is quite different. Just say, well, they're just, they're 75, they're 60 at state parks, and there's fewer, the veteran percentage is considerably lower. So I think it might be some interesting statistics to look at. But as I said, you can there is sort of this, big jump. And yeah, I think it's, again, it's a lot of opportunity to have so many new employees in the 1 to 5 year range. And, you mentioned healthy turnover. I think turnover is something that, people can automatically look at it as bad, but it really does depend on what's going on. And for example, if you do have, folks who are in that retirement age with, decades of service in that 50 to, 70-year-old range, I mean, that might be the first opportunity for millennials to move up into a position that's basically been locked up for 2 decades. I mean, frankly, if there's not like we have 10 people who do certain jobs. And so that turnover, again, I think we can look at it. It's something you want to control. But I was thinking, well, I guess it sort of depends. Like, is this actually the baby boomers retiring and finally millennials having an opportunity to, move into certain positions? Poor Gen X, we're very small. We have a large percentage in there, but Gen X as a population is so small that it's kind of like we kind of just get skipped for lots of reasons. But I was like, it could be good or bad. I think there's a lot of opportunity there depending on how we manage it. So
yeah, absolutely.
Great data.
Thank you. Agreed. And, something to go back to a point that you made related to how people have kind of reevaluated their life choices, their job choices after COVID. There's been several terms used to describe that. One of them is called the Great Reshuffle. I think there might be another term out there. I can't seem to get it to surface right now, but that is definitely something from a recruitment standpoint that we are also challenged with. Thank you.
Thanks for the detailed presentation, Director Erdahl, right? I'm so used to calling you Amber. Anyhow, so you didn't talk about diversity in job categories, and that's fine. But recently in Vancouver, we had a new law enforcement academy open up, and I know there's been an effort statewide to make that someplace besides just Burien. I've noticed just anecdotally, it seems to me in our Park Ranger 1 ranks, it feels like we've done a pretty good job of trying to recruit more diverse candidates. But of course, then it's getting them to that next step. So I'm just wondering, is there any hope that these new academies are going to help us? Is that going to help our Park Ranger 1s in places that aren't right around here move to the next level?
Yeah, I do think being able to open up more locations for, employees to be able to get their law enforcement training is going to help us. I think another challenge we may have in that, though, is going and being certified through BLEA, the Basic Law Enforcement Academy, through the Criminal Justice Training Commission. Also opens the door for them to go to other jurisdictions to work after they get trained by us through BLEA. So I think the jury is still out a little bit on how this is going to impact us, and it's something we're closely monitoring along with our VPLE program under operations.
But we're way cooler.
I think we're way cooler. I mean,
So,
right?
yeah. I mean, I guess I'm not even sure I'm sorry.
I think one of the problems too is signing bonuses that are being offered. The pay is not equitable. They are absolutely different jobs. And I would agree that they're not as cool, but oftentimes it is hard, especially with the housing market that we talked about earlier, as it is, that it's hard to say no to it. $15,000 or $20,000 signing bonus.
As a matter of fact, Thurston County Sheriff's Office just put out a recruitment announcement yesterday that they are offering a $20,000 to $25,000 signing bonus for lateral. So we can't compete with that, but we're going to keep talking about how cool our jobs are and what the different opportunities there are within state parks, really, because, we have candidates out there that don't want to do 100% law enforcement. They like natural resources, outdoors, recreation.
Right, and the goal of these new academies is to make it more accessible and increase the the diversity of the workforce. But okay.
Thank you. No, that's a great point. We'll keep monitoring that, Commissioner Williams. Thank you.
Just as a follow-up to that, there is a lot of, the untechnical term is poaching.
Yeah.
Amongst employers for commissioned law enforcement officers.
Yes.
Watch it. You can see the conversation going between the cities, the counties, the patrol, and all the other employers. But
yes.
So
and they're
we're all in it together.
We are all in it together. And a lot of them are starting these lateral programs, which sort of emphasizes that poaching back and forth between different law enforcement jurisdictions. We are definitely all in this together.
By the way, I saw like a billboard on this, and so I just looked it up, and it's like, yes, the King County sort of juvenile corrections, $12,000 to $25,000 signing bonus.
Yeah,
it's going to be hard to compete.
And that's where, me and my job is to work with state HR and to be having these discussions. So that way, when we're getting ready to go into collective bargaining, we have strategies and we are having discussions, and they can see the data of the turnover. They can see the data why people are leaving. So that's why data is really important to be able to help us develop these strategies with the Office of Financial Management to be successful.
Any other questions, thoughts, comments? It's really, I love it. I love the data. It's a really fantastic presentation.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much. Are we ready for our next? Yeah.
You very much passed the quiz. Thank you.
Thank you. Good. We should move forward. Okay. The one after. Okay. That's long break, very long break. All right. And our next presentation is on the partners and strategic initiatives. And I think this must be Alicia Sahagan that is joining us. So I believe we've been practicing notes. I believe Heather is going to be it's going to be introducing this next session.
So, so everybody, while they're getting set up, this is Leisha Sahagan. She's our brand new Partners and Strategic Initiatives Program Manager. And as I alluded to earlier, she's going to be giving a presentation to sort of talk about what she's seen so far, what she's thinking about, and where we're going in the future. So welcome. And she's relocating down here and just signed a purchase agreement. So congratulations.
Perfect. Thank you. So thank you for having me here today. I really appreciate your time. I know we're post lunch and a long day of presentations, so I'll try and keep lively. So as Heather mentioned, I am the relatively new Partnership and Strategic Initiatives Program Manager, just started at the beginning of September of last year. So given that I'm very new to the agency and new in my role, I thought I'd give a little bit about my background. I'm coming with 10 years of experience in nonprofit leadership. Most recently, I was executive director of an outdoor education organization in Whatcom County, serving thousands of youth and families every year. And then I also have a background in climate law, policy, and advocacy work. I was working at Lewis and Clark Law School in Portland prior to that. Given that it's the first time that I'm meeting you all and have the chance to talk about the partnership program, I'm planning to stay fairly high level here, hoping that I'll have opportunities in the future to speak at more depth. But of course, feel free to answer any and all questions that we have time for at the end as well. So I thought I'd start with just a brief history of the program. Formally, the program started as a partnership and planning program coming out of the 2013 transformation strategy, as the agency was working through how to move forward after reduction in general fund for support for parks. And in this transformation strategy, strategic partnerships were really a key element that were identified to support the agency moving forward. And one of the 7 identified strategies read to form strategic partnerships with other agencies, tribes, and nonprofits. But I would say, as we all know, partnerships really have been vital to parks since the very beginning. A lot of our parks being donated by community groups. We've had friends groups long prior, but more officially formed in the 80s. We've also been working with larger partners like the Washington State Parks Foundation, which was formed in 2000, Nisqually Tribe with the Nisqually Park Development in 2010, Fort Worden PDA since 2011. So I just share that to say, I think, many of us are aware that partnerships have really been a part of parks since well before 2013, even though it was formally established then. And when I was looking back through commission notes, it was identified back in 1995 with the commission at that time that the Friends work alone needed a full-time coordinator. And so they were investing in a full-time role just for the Friends groups. And there has been many partnerships developing since that time. So I share this just to say that the program really could be very expansive in scope with the potential for large-scale impact when we think about the partnerships that we have across the agency. So the way the program is structured today, as I mentioned, it was formed in 2013 as the Partnerships and Planning Program. Those have since been separated out. So the Planning Program is now separate from the Partnerships Program. And the Partnership Program is really working to provide statewide guidance for park staff who work with our external partners. So that includes volunteers and volunteer groups, which are now under the program. That's our individual volunteers, our group volunteers, as well as our camp hosts. And we do have a volunteer program specialist and volunteer program assistant who work with me on that work. The program also includes our friends group. So we have officially 26 friends groups that we work with. And then trying to wrap my head around all of the other partners that we have in the agency, which really ranges in partner types and the agreement types that we have. Currently, the agency works with a distributed model of support for partners. And what I mean by that is the partnership program doesn't normally act as the point of contact for our partners. Really, it's our staff across the agency who are our points of contact and building relationships with our partners, and really see that as key to leveraging partnerships in our work, really as an opportunity to maximize our impact with partners. And then the partnership program really acts as an internal point of resources for our staff who are playing that role of point of contact. So providing standardized pathways to engagement, such as waivers, cooperating agreements, MOUs when necessary, providing resources for our staff, such as staff trainings or help organizing convenings with our partners, as well as providing staff who support and coordinate on larger scale initiatives like the development of Nisqually State Park or playing a point of contact with the State Parks Foundation, who's a major partner. So before jumping forward and speaking a little bit more about kind of the vision that I see for the program, I wanted to make sure to take a moment to reflect back on the highlights that we saw from this last year. I think that also might give you a sense of the scale of the program that we have right now with our current capacity. Given that I'm new, this is really an opportunity for me to kind of boast about the successes of other staff members. So I just want to note that there are many other staff who have contributed to the successes that I'll highlight here. Within the volunteer program, I actually have more recently updated numbers that we had over 6,000 volunteers last year, providing over 190,000 hours of in-kind support, which is almost $3 million of in-kind hours that were donated to parks. We hosted our first camporee since 2019, which is pictured here. We were at Sun Lake Drive Falls in the fall of last year. We also organized 3 beach cleanups every year, and so nearly 2,000 volunteers helped us last year to remove over 130,000 pounds of debris from our coastline. Our goals moving forward with the volunteer program really include going through our resources and building towards consistent staff trainings to really support our staff who are the point of contacts for our volunteers. I also wanted to highlight some of the work that we've done with the foundation. Obviously, John Floberg, who's executive director of the foundation, could speak more comprehensively to the entirety of the foundation's body of work, but I thought I might highlight a few things here because they are a larger partner of ours. The foundation last year funded all 21 park improvement project grants, which are small projects that parks can apply for to improve the parks. Those projects really span the state, included bridge replacement, campground and amphitheater enhancements, habitat restoration, and support for interpretive programs. So what's pictured here is an interpretive intern that was hired thanks to a PIP grant. The foundation also invested in playgrounds at Kinswa and Deception Pass, which represented $350,000 of support for those parks. And then, of course, on an ongoing basis, we're working with the foundation. They're funding a multi-park wildlife study. They provide ongoing funding for the Arts in the Parks program. And then, of course, support advocacy as well with our friends groups and in the legislature. One of our goals moving forward is to really create a centralized pathway for leveraging the foundation's impact. So I think there's excitement from leadership on both sides with this partnership to really understand how the foundation might be able to support larger strategic initiatives, which will necessitate a coordinated and strategic approach, which we're working on building this year in coordination with the legislative session and our budget development process. So as you all know as well, our friends groups continue to support our parks in so many ways, ranging from organizing work parties with volunteers to managing businesses on our behalf. After a gap in my role really this year, towards the end of the year and start of this year, we're kind of working to ensure that all of our operating plans and agreements are up to date with our friends groups. Thanks to Sray Reiser, who's not here today. She was the one who really helped hold our first Friends Conference, which happened at Kama Beach in 2019, which is pictured here below. And a few goals moving forward with the friends groups is recognizing that we also have many other groups that we partner very similarly with, similar to the friends groups, and thinking more about how we acknowledge these partners with equity and parity, perhaps expanding our circle of friends groups, which I have seen other state parks do in other states. The development of the Nisqually State Park is, of course, a large undertaking and has been ongoing for years. So I'm stepping in with this project to support, but many others have been and will continue to be, carrying this project forward. Through the partnership program, I've stepped in to provide coordination support, both within the agency across divisions, as well with our points of contact at Nisqually. So again, thanks to work by many other staff members, we held our first leadership retreat in November, which is what you see pictured here. That was an opportunity to continue building relationships with leadership, discuss upcoming development of the park, as well as highlight some remaining budget needs that we do have there. We plan to have our first amendments to our MOU, which is originally dated 2020, coming up in the next couple of weeks. And we're restarting regular conversation with Nisqually staff, the Nisqually Parks Commission and Council in 2024 to make sure we're aligned with development plans of the park. And we're working on ways to deepen our relationship, both formally by continuing to develop the MOU, but also informally talking about a possible raft trip on the river as well as field visits to see the development as it takes place in 2024. Moving forward, we're really hoping to continue in close coordination with the tribe, possibly working together at the legislature, and really using this as an opportunity to tell the story of successful partnership at parks. So as I continue to get situated in my role, I would say I'm both inspired but overwhelmed as well by the number of partnerships that we have across the agency. Moving forward, I hope to develop stronger tracking mechanisms so that I could speak more comprehensively and succinctly, ideally coming with a presentation as detailed as Amber about our partnerships and how much they support our park system. What I can say today is I know that we have over 140 current partnership agreements in place. So by that, I mean our cooperating agreements, interagency agreements, MOUs, MOAs that represent different types of partners that we work with today. And I'm also seeing many more initiatives starting. So there's been a lot of excitement around youth engagement, community outreach, youth outdoor education, and more. Considering I've only been in the role for a couple of months, I thought I might share my initial assessment of what I'm seeing in the agency and some thoughts around how I could see the program developing. So really, I'm seeing a lot of opportunity with partnerships. I already am seeing agency-wide buy-in and participation with partnerships. So they're happening across the agency with a lot of eagerness from both our staff and external partners to engage in relationships. So we're not starting from scratch. Partnerships are really happening at all levels of the agency, from field to management. And of course, many of you might also be thinking of partners that you engage with as well. We have a variety of partnerships and pathways to partnership, which I think demonstrates a lot of innovation and flexibility on behalf of the agency. So there's a variety of ways we engage, from MOUs to cooperating agreements to grant programs to camp hosts to concessionaires, as well as currently piloting new partnership types and opportunities. As an agency, we have many positive and long-standing relationships, which I believe demonstrates mutual benefits for our partners. Or even if there's been staff turnover within the agency or the partners, those partnerships are still standing the test of time. Partnerships also, I think, can provide direct support for many of our strategic goals that are listed in the agency's strategic plan, as well as commission priorities, including specific callouts for developing new partnerships under our customer experience, DEI, and resource management goals within the strategic plan. So with so much opportunity for partnerships and potential for large-scale impact, I just kind of wanted to share a little bit about how I can see the programming developing to support our goals. It seems at this point to me that it's very crucial to do some foundational program work to really set us up to be strategic in how we think about partnerships. Where I see us now is really a need to map our partnership landscape. And so what I mean by that is really fully understanding the partners that we're working with currently, including those that we may not have formal agreements with yet. Collecting data so that we're able to report out a little bit more about who our partners are, how much capacity they're adding. So for example, dollars raised, volunteer hours donated, projects completed, the communities we're reaching or maybe not reaching. There's a lot of opportunity as well for storytelling around partnerships. Ideally, in this process, we'd also bring in some technology upgrades to help us continue to collect data, track our partnerships, and report out. At that point, then I think we would work towards building consistent pathways for volunteers and partnerships. So reviewing, revising, updating, creating new resources to support our partners and volunteers, bringing our current partners into consistency, creating cross-division coordination on partner relationships and development, and building consistent pathways to engagement. So once we have the data of understanding who our partners are, we've built consistent pathways of how folks can partner with us, then I think we would be in a good position to be strategic about our partnerships. At that point, we'd be able to identify gaps in our partnerships. So for example, geographically, which communities we're reaching and which ones we are not. The opportunity to define goals around our partnerships, so perhaps certain demographics we'd like to reach, or be able to identify which of our parks need the most support that we could use partnerships for, and then build capacity to support more partnerships. I just wanted to take a moment to think about how I can envision the commission playing a role in partnerships in the partnership program. As I mentioned, you may have already been thinking about partnerships that you work with currently. So you already play a pivotal role in developing and maintaining meaningful partnerships on behalf of the agency, and potential partners may see you as a pathway to engagement as well. I do think you're very well situated with your experience and expertise external to the agency to support staff in bringing examples of other successful partnerships you may see in other sectors or other agencies that we can look at for models. And as I mentioned before, partnerships can play a key role in both our strategic plan goals and commission priorities. So as staff, we'll aim to bring you ideas on how to best leverage partnerships to help us achieve those goals for your feedback. So again, like Amber, I think I'm moving fairly quickly, and just wanted to say thank you again, and I welcome any and all questions or thoughts that you may have.
Thank you. I think, yes, it's not a problem being ahead of schedule. So do we have questions, comments, thoughts? Commissioner Bounds, you want to start out? Okay.
I'll try to talk real slow to get us through. Question: do we count as partners entities, frequently a nonprofit or school, or that make an arrangement with a local ranger to have an event or have a camp out at that particular park? Is that counted as a partner, or is that just, a user?
Thank you for that question. And that's something that I would say I've been questioning as well. Given my background in outdoor education, I'm very familiar with how nonprofits partner with our parks in that way. We have a lot of folks that work with us in that way, applying for permits, and so not necessarily considering them partners, but they go through the permitting process. I most recently spoke with our staff person who does process those permits. She said she has been seeing an increase of those types of entities applying, and kind of felt in the same way that I did, well, maybe we would consider those partners, and if so, what might that look like?
Right.
I would say currently the way we've been thinking about partnerships has been those who have agreements with us where there's some type of exchange. So those going through the permitting process, at least at this time, I don't know that we would consider them partners, but there are several entities that do provide services in that way that we work with them in a variety of ways, and they might have a cooperating agreement with us or an MOU in place that we do consider partners. But I do think we are in a place of it would be beneficial for us to define what we mean by partners. I think as we start to think about those different pathways to engagement, and mapping out who are we working with currently and how are we working with them, I think that data will allow us to then define how do we as an agency want to define partnerships? What does that mean to us? Does it mean there's an agreement in place? So all that to say is I think that's a great question. It's one that I'm also starting with and hoping to answer.
Yeah, because it's, on the one hand, it's, yeah, okay, great, they're using our parks, that's what they're there for. On the other hand, it's a way to also take, I don't know, credit is the right word, but at least to champion the fact that these organizations are using this facility that is supported by the state of Washington, and they're using it for purposes that are consistent with what we want them to be. Using it. What makes me think about that is there's an organization that trains young people as divers. That, as far as I know, that they don't have any agreement with us. They meet the ranger at I think it's Dash Point, and they make an arrangement there, and they put the buoys out and do the diving, and they take them back and take them, I don't know if they get a No Child Left Inside grant to do any of that, or they just do it. But it's, you know, that's something we would, if we knew there was an organization out there that could do that, we might solicit them to, well, here, why don't you do, you know, we've got some resource that might be helpful.
Definitely.
And I, you know, just, that's a, maybe a benefit, maybe not, just at least in terms of knowing about it as at a central location. So perhaps they can go someplace else or build their program, or we can help them in some way. The other thing is, do you know Stet? Have you met Stet back there? Okay. Talk about partners.
Okay.
He's the guy.
I agree with you, and I would also say too, I think that's where I see a lot of excitement for understanding our current partners and being able to report out on some data. I think as I'm seeing excitement for youth engagement. There's a lot of youth engagement that we are doing currently, but if we're not kind of tracking that, it's hard for us to report out, well, who are the youth we're already serving, in what ways? We already are doing that work. I've seen it in our parks and speaking with our staff. So that's a really great example of, we might be able to say, well, we're working in this park, we're partnering with this agency. In that partnership, we're able to serve, how many youth with this type of programming. So it's a great opportunity to be able to tell the story of how we're engaging with youth, and then allow us to be strategic, and then to see, well, are there youth in parts of the state that we're not reaching, for example, or areas where we have a lot of interpretive staff and we want to create and provide the youth services, or we want to partner with an agency to provide more youth services.
Other questions? I mean, I guess just a couple of comments. I mean, really fantastic presentation. They're off to a great start. I think, I love how you're sort of looking at it. And I think some of the questions that Commissioner Bounds was asking, really sort of get to, are we sort of looking to be very sort of intentional about who our partners and our programs are? You've mentioned several times, tie-ins to, our strategic plan. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity there. And I'd imagine, historically it's ranged from, as he said, like, well, whoever comes along and they create it, versus really saying, okay, how are we intentional about the partnerships, or how do we support really good partners in order to, in ways that would align with our mission, vision, and value. I will say, I've been to the Friends group, not the retreat. And so that's Friends group from everywhere, and it's not the most diverse group of people, right? And so it's saying, well, I'm sure that group would also love to have, youth engagement, like different engagement in their parks. They're there to support the park, and certainly more users of, from different places is going to be better for them in all sort of ways. And, are there ways where there can be sort of, mutually beneficial sort of way where we can take some of our strong partners, maybe through the foundation, maybe through other places, and really be able to support them. I'm really curious about your background, because I keep mentioning, outdoor school for all, environmental science education opportunities we might have in our facilities. We do have sort of structural issues, and I think that a lot of times that comes out through our partners. We had a situation where the foundation did help a group, for example, with insurance, I believe it was. And so we have, issues around our permitting or just insurance requirements. I'm on the board of a nonprofit environmental science nonprofit that really struggles with insurance. In fact, it's nearly making it so that they can't function because all of the money is going to insurance. So, and that's honestly just to have insurance just to protect the organization. Forget having insurance that maybe is what they would think is beyond what they need, but is required by state government, right? And again, are there ways where we can help organizations sort of get around these barriers? I think would be really interesting to sort of look at. So, as you said, I think there's just a lot of opportunity. Great program, like I said, and really excited to be able to see where you go with it. I think it's going to be really fantastic.
Thank you. I appreciate those comments. I will say too, in a meeting with the foundation last week, we were actually just talking about how we've heard from the friends groups and other partners, and I know firsthand managing a 501c3 organization, nonprofit, it is a lot of work. And trying to think about, are there ways that we can make our processes either easier, our paperwork less so? Are there ways that we can support? And I do know that there is a conversation happening within outdoor education too, is that outdoor education historically and continues to be not so diverse either. And so when we see smaller organizations coming from communities that haven't been represented, they're carrying a pretty heavy burden trying to enter a space that hasn't been welcoming. But then on top of that, if they're a small entity trying to hold all of the work to be a C3, a functioning nonprofit, to fundraise, to maintain their boards. So I think, we're well positioned to have the capacity to support those partners, especially when we're targeted in our approach. For example, communities we'd like to reach that we haven't seen, voices we haven't heard from. How can we, and possibly working with the foundation, support those groups and recognizing that there's pretty big barriers to participating in that space, and even to accessing funds. When you think about, a state grant application is pretty hefty as well for a small organization to take on. So I'm very excited to, bring that experience to the role and think about how we can make it easier to partner and ideally reach partners that, we've been wanting to reach, we've been wanting to hear from, and also align with our strategic goals.
Yeah. By the way, I have to add this when you said the things, that I just remember this because my Senator Mazzal had, was really a big proponent of this sort of these grants for these local parks. And there's the first, but I mean, honestly, they were very concerned that no one was going to use them. No one was going to hear. I mean, that nobody's going to hear about it. No one's going to apply for it. That they're going to get. And they just said we're going to put this money out, and fingers crossed, because again, there's money out there. But then if you're just a small local park, you don't have the resources to do it. And so, I mean, just hearing that, these small local organizations trying to get over the barrier of like just the grant application. It's a lot. Yeah. Commissioner Williams.
This is a not really terse question, so bear with me a little bit on this. I could be wrong, but we have a lot of wonderful friends groups, but we don't necessarily have a friends group, say, at all parks where a school in an urban suburban area might want to go, because right now transportation dollars are very valuable in school districts. It's, I would argue, the main reason why teachers don't go on field trips is simply transportation. But just down in my area, Beacon Rock is a wonderful place to go. It's 30 minutes from town, but there isn't a friends group there. And so now we're dependent on staff, and staff is very limited. I guess I'm just sort of throwing that out there. It's an anecdote, but think it, Director Crimmins would know better than I, but I think it also can point to just sort of some challenges we have in helping build partnerships and partnerships with local schools and so forth.
Mm-hmm. Thank you for that anecdote. Yeah, I mean, now speaking from my previous experience here too, that is a conversation that's being had, thankfully, within the outdoor education sphere, is that transportation is a barrier. It can be a barrier to organized groups, for example, school districts, but also to families and individuals who want to spend time and get out in our parks. And how do we break down that issue? That is something that I know that the foundation board is also interested in, and they're trying to think about it. It is a pretty complex question to answer. As you said, schools are already feeling like they don't have enough funding for transportation, and then to ask for more funding to do field trips and pay for the buses out. We've also seen issues where in more rural areas, they may have the staff for it, but the expense of, for example, after an after-school program, driving kids home in a rural area, covering many miles, is very expensive for a school. So it is a part of the conversation. One thing that I'm really excited about is actually a staff member from RCO reached out recently to develop an interagency group to think about how agencies can support youth outdoor education. So I've been joining that group. At this point, I think we're all kind of just asking questions and illuminating what the barriers are that we're seeing. But it's exciting that the conversation is starting, and that we're folks that are connected to resources and perhaps funding that can break that barrier down.
Right, and that's great. Love that. And I also might add that, as you probably know from your previous job, educational service districts are also tend to have staff who are sort of engaging in this outdoor education area and sort of, providing a conduit for the various school districts. Yeah,
Definitely.
so thank you. Sounds great.
Yeah, just to add on to that, I think there may be an opportunity to, I know I've said this before to and this will probably be redundant to some of you out here, but that if you go into the different jurisdictions of Vancouver, Everett, or Tacoma, Seattle, Spokane, Yakima, and you connect up with the local sort of recreation people or the school people too, you're going to find the potential young people that have not been into a park, a national park or state park, have not been out of the jurisdiction, have not had that kind of experience. And you'll probably also find either some willing staff or some willing nonprofit that could pull something together or has pulled something together, but not meeting that objective, that could be then connected with the No Child Left Inside money to get a grant to pay for transportation or to pay for camping equipment or to pay for whatever, pay for the time of the recreation person to go take the kids or the nonprofit to do that. So I think, there's a lot of resource in these cities, people resource that are connected to I think the young people we're trying to reach, and then connecting them to the potential resource in No Child Left Inside, to the ranger in the park that, is willing to accommodate that. And maybe we waive the Discover Pass fee or whatever we do in addition to all of that to make it work. That takes a lot of time, a lot of staff time, and also connecting up to the right people. The environmental learning centers in some of these communities are out there trying to do the same thing to get kids into their facility and to get into their programs. But then the next step of that is maybe getting them out into the nature. Urban 4-H, for example, does that sort of thing in Seattle. So anyway, I think that's takes time and it takes people to go make those connections. But that's a place to mine, I guess I'd say.
Yes, thank you
Okay.
for that
Yeah.
comment. Yeah, I think with my experience too, I tend to always assume that there are groups that are likely already in existence that we can partner with. It does take time, I think, to have meaningful relationships. You have to be continually engaging. So that does take time. But sometimes I also think about with partnerships, if we're working with another entity, they're putting all of that time into those deep relationships in the community with the school districts, with the teachers, with the kids themselves. And so therefore, when we're partnering, it does take our time to develop that partnership relationship, but they're really doing a lot of the legwork to have deep relationships in the community. So it's just an opportunity for us to recognize that there are those existing relationships in the community instead of us trying to develop those, brand new, working with partners who have those ongoing, longstanding relationships that we can work on. Exactly.
All right. Thank you so much. Apologies, we had to reorganize a little bit because we are a little out of schedule. So thank you so much for your presentation. We're all, yep. Thank you, Commissioner Conley. It's fine. All right. Now the commission will enter into executive session to discuss potential litigation with the commission's assigned legal counsel pursuant to RCW 4230-110-1I. The commission will be in executive session until 3 p.m. No action will be taken during the executive session, and the commission will reconvene in open session after the conclusion of the executive session. Thank you. Do we have everybody? Do we have Commissioner Connolly?
Yes.
Yes, okay.
Yes.
So, the commission will reconvene its open public meeting at 3:02 p.m. And the next item on the agenda will be introduced by our Policy and Governmental Affairs Director, Owen Rowe.
Thank you, Chair Dannenberg. I have with me today Tyson Johnston, who's the Self-Governance Executive Director for the Quinault Indian Nation. Recently got to know Tyson a little bit, and we've been talking about a project that the Quinault are bringing forward that may have some Parks Commission involvement. The project that Tyson's going to be talking about is pretty complex from a permitting standpoint. It's going to involve several state agencies, as well as potentially an easement on the SCA. So how did we get here? Several months ago, we received a permit request for exploratory borehole on what we assumed was the seashore conservation area, and the borehole permit was related to this project. Staff moved ahead with the application for the borehole. However, there was some question about whether the commission had the requisite authority to permit an easement on the SCA, which would be required for the next step of the project. Staff then declared the borehole null and void based on some staff questions on the permit and whether the other agencies or landowners would need to be involved. And the issue raised in the permit denial was that State Parks is likely limited by RCW 79A05.630 that prohibits the sale or lease of lands within the SCA, and that could affect the ability of to secure an easement or long-term lease across the SCA under current statute. So Tyson and Marie reached out to the state family. We had a good meeting at the Department of Natural Resources at the in Olympia. Matt Niles was there with me. We heard all about the project and didn't feel that there would be any sort of effect on the recreation or conservation on the SCA as a result of it. So then we briefed the executive committee, discussed that with Andy, our legal counsel, and determined that the commission had the requisite authority to permit an easement. So in response to some of this confusion, as well as an interest in ensuring the project could move forward, Marie worked with the Indian Nation on developing legislation, partially based on questions that I raised at the meeting, to require that DNR and parks provide an easement by amending the Seashore Conservation Act. And I'll talk a little bit about Senate Bill 5818 tomorrow. It was sponsored by Senator Vandeweghe, and at this point, we don't feel that we're going to need legislation, but if so, we've asked that they make it permissive like the other exemptions under the Seashore Conservation Act statute. So with that, really happy to present Tyson, who's going to talk more about this really interesting project.
Thank you. And first of all, I'd like to thank you all for providing space for me to be here today. This is the first time I've been able to address the State Parks Commission, so really thankful to be in your space. Definitely appreciate the work and your service to the state and the lands that we all steward together. My name is Tyson Johnston. I'm a recovering tribal leader for the Quinault Indian Nation, previously served in elected office for them for 10 years, and currently I have the honor of serving in the role as Executive Director for Self-Governance for the nation. Additionally, I've been tasked with moving forward with this exciting initiative that the tribe is taking on, Toptana Technologies, where I sit as the chairman of the board of directors. And essentially what we are doing is attempting to bring new infrastructure, not only into our community, but across the state. Subsea ocean cables, ocean fiber, as it's commonly called, is really what creates the Internet of Things. So the Zoom calls that we're on, our streaming services, telecommunications, it's not in the cloud or coming from satellites. It's actually from pretty big, expansive ocean networks that connect continents. And so this activity hasn't taken place in Washington in well over 20 years, probably closer to 25 years. Hence some of this confusion, working through all of our sister agencies and the different authorities that you all share together. And so I fully expect that there'll be more learning experiences as we go through this in the future. And really, this project is also first of its kind in a lot of ways because a tribe has never pursued this option before. And so this is new for us, but really born from that need to bring equity and parity to our communities that don't have that, disproportionately impacted by many things on the reservation. COVID-19 really put a display on the digital divide that exists in our communities, along with the other divides, especially in health and other issues like that. And so what this infrastructure will do will be allow us to kind of bring parity to what you see in like other more developed parts of the state. So right now, the tribe outside of its ceded territory, our reservation is a little over 200,000 acres. That whole geographical footprint has the same connectivity for broadband as one household does in Seattle. So just not sufficient. And during COVID, seeing our students go overnight to online education, telecommuting for our workforce, it just really highlighted just some deep equity issues there. And so what this will do will allow us to bring fiber to the home and allow that parity to exist, as well as setting up an opportunity for the tribe to offer infrastructure and dark fiber resource to the local and regional markets, but also connecting Washington to international markets in Asia and the Pacific, other Pacific nations. He covered a lot of this already, so I won't go too much more into detail. I actually brought a visual. This is what the cables are we're talking about. This has been really key in our own communities because there's been a lot of talk right now about offshore wind and a totally separate issue. And this is, much smaller in scale and scope. So just wanted you to have this as kind of like a visual reference of what it is we're talking about. Obviously, it would be, a lot longer than this because we're attempting to connect across continents, but just for some visual value, I thought that was important. Specifically, though, what I'm here to discuss today is how can we work through, some of these issues that, were mentioned. We're looking at, doing an exploratory geological study to determine the feasibility and impact of bringing cables to our beach manhole that's located in Ocean Shores, Washington. And ultimately, we'll be going through the process to seek permitting for approval for subsea drilling of 4 offshore borings in our beach manhole location. The current and future impacts of the seashore conservation area regulations for long-term leasing and easement. And so the original permit expired and, renewal, wasn't allowed to go forward for the different reasons that were mentioned. This is, a pretty significant investment for the nation. And so now that we've kind of gone through that lesson learned, we want to, work together and make sure we have surety moving forward. So we understand the proper procedures and process to work through with this respective body and other state agencies and their fiduciary responsibilities. A little bit about who we are. Toptana Technologies is a company that's fully owned by the Quinault Indian Nation. It's our goal to bring connectivity to the unserved and underserved communities so that all of our people can serve and have access to the digital economy. This infrastructure will enable many different things, quality of life improvements, new revenue for the tribe outside of gaming and other revenue options that are typical for tribal nations. It will allow us to get into different STEAM fields, education and workforce enhancements, as well as just setting a new foundation for innovation and development in our communities with access to this infrastructure. Trans-Pacific subsea connectivity. Really what we're doing is providing a landing point or a digital port for different information services, hyperscalers, telecommunications companies to get their data where it needs to go. So our cable landing station would be a hub for that. And then ultimately we would connect their data to the data center campuses that exist in Seattle, Washington, and Hillsboro, Oregon, and hopefully encourage other development in the state along the way, since a lot of that industry has been moving south to Oregon and California. This, it's pretty small, but it provides kind of a visual of the scope that, we're working towards. Our backhaul network is around 180 miles from Ocean Shores up to Seattle. It's longer than that to the Hillsboro site near Portland. The offshore boring and the subsea cables would come in about 3/4 of a mile offshore and then connect to our beach manhole on property that's owned by the reservation in Ocean Shores, and then up to our cable landing station nearby on what's commonly known as Hogan's. This is a quick timeline of our first contact with state parks, and hasn't been updated, but roughly shows, kind of the different milestones that we've worked with the agency to date. And ultimately, this discussion, we are hoping to talk about different action requests where we can continue exploring these opportunities and look at reinstatement of the sample bore permit that we initially had approval for previously. And so I apologize if that was really rushed and unclear. I just came back from the Hill. I was at the Pacific Telecommunications Conference in Honolulu yesterday, and for whatever reason, my ears haven't popped yet. So I feel like I have earmuffs over my ears. So if I'm yelling or sounding funny, it's just because I feel like my ears are covered. But I'm really thankful for your time, and look forward to any questions you might have about these issues.
This was kind of novel for us because we've never had a request for an easement on the SCA before. And one of the things that really hit home for me was that this project, the cable itself is basically going to be drilled down from the Quinault property well underneath the SCA. It's never going to disturb the surface or recreation or, any sort of conservation concerns, and then pop up underneath the ocean where DNR will have to permit it. And that's where that will be connected to the SCA. So basically, it'll be like a mini tunnel boring, kind of a drill that's just kind of going to go well under the sand in the seashore conservation area.
How deep is it going to go under the SCA?
I believe their permitting person told me 150 to 200 feet.
100 to 150 feet for the soil sampling.
Questions, comments? Good, Commissioner.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Commissioner Merriman, or
So if I understand it, the lease would be for, I'm sure I'm gonna get the terms right, but the borehole where the cable comes in and then it comes out. Is that right, Owen? Or
Correct.
Yeah, and the borehole permit is basically, as I understand it, just to see if the boring is going to work in this particular area.
Yeah.
Which I think it will.
Initial testing.
Okay.
We believe we've got the requisite authority just at the staff level to be able to do that. There were just some questions about the SCA statutes, which I think we've ironed out at this point. And I believe we just received the revised request from the Quinault Indian Nation on that, and so we're working through that as we speak.
Okay. Thank you.
Commissioner Williams?
So my question was just on the SCA jurisdiction, just confirming that we do indeed have the jurisdiction to permit as requested.
My understanding is we do. The Seashore Conservation Act is fairly stringent around leases, but it doesn't mention anything about easements. You already have the requisite authority in 79A05 for easements in a variety of situations. As I explained to Marie, their lobbyists, that we frequently are approached by utilities with easement requests. So we think that that's entirely permittable under your current authority.
I'm sorry, I now have to go back because of your answer to Commissioner Merritt. So the easement is just for the boring hole, or is it for the actual cable? The easement is for the cable. The permit is for the hole. Is that what it is?
Correct. And the bill that I referenced earlier, Senate Bill 5818, contemplates a 50-year easement. Basically requires the Parks Commission and DNR to enter into a 50-year agreement to support a qualified infrastructure project, which is further narrowly defined to basically encapsulate the project that Tyson was just talking about.
And that easement would, I mean, 50 years is a very long time, so presumably technology is likely to change. That easement would be to place the cable also for any maintenance updates. Is that essentially, is there sort of a long-term ability to, maintain this cable included in that easement?
Yeah, as I understand it, the agreements and the, I guess, life cycle of these cables is pretty long. Like they're 20 to 25-year life cycles, so they're managed and have to meet certain standards throughout that cycle. And we wouldn't actually be the owner of the cables themselves, just the pathway in which they'll travel. It's the larger companies that actually own will be connecting the continents and own the actual cable itself. We're the landing station in which, they would land on the West Coast.
So,
Sure, Ben.
will it just be that cable, or will the cable be in a pipe that gives you the flexibility to replace it and just run another line through there, or is it?
I'm not totally sure on that. As far as I know, it's just the cable. There's some protective sheathing that goes on it, but in the bore pipe itself, which starts around 3/4 of a mile offshore, that's the only pipe that they cap off and open it when a cable's inserted and installed for service.
Okay, because that looked like maybe the picture you were showing, that looked like a bigger pipe kind of thing. So that may have been what was offshore.
I don't know what picture.
Oh, the one right before the questions. It's just, it may have just been distorted by this.
Yeah, that's not what ocean fiber cables look like.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a bad image, but they're much smaller than that.
Okay.
I see what you're talking about, like this one in the back. Yeah.
Latimer?
So I guess with regards to these type of projects, is it safe to assume that there's been some type of environmental review and there's no impact to, I guess, the aquifer or anything sort of below the surface?
Yeah, we've had to do a lot of due diligence in our feasibility leading up to this, and we're working with several agencies, even outside of the state, U.S. Army Corps of Engineers, BOEM, and other agencies of jurisdiction, and have to meet those standards. So I think that's where we've worked through a lot of the environmental regulations and analysis. We've done a marine desktop study on that already. That's required for like our JARPA application and those other processes that we're working through concurrently with this.
Okay, thank you.
And I think Commissioner Connolly who has a question.
Yes, I just want to confirm that my understanding is correct, that the cable is 100 to 150 feet below the sand, and having that cable running through on it does not have any impact on activities that would be taking place on the beach.
As I understand it, yes.
Yeah, Commissioner Connolly, as it's been explained to me, there would be a kind of a automated drill, almost like what was used to drill the tunnel, maybe in Seattle, much smaller, obviously, that would start from the Quinault Indian Nation's land above the, east of the beach, go well underneath, drill down and then go well underneath the seashore conservation area, and then pop up basically underneath the ocean. Where DNR would have to permit the remainder of the connection to the cables coming from Asia.
Great,
I
thank you.
think it's called a directional drill.
Any other questions? Yeah.
So just to be clear, then the action requests are actually not really from this commission, but really more from the agency. Right. On the slide, the slide that says that, it's like the next one down or the next one after that.
that's what we're working through right now with the legislature, as well as our legal counsel. But as I explained in committee this week, we don't believe that we need a bill to permit this. It's an easement, probably would be limited to somewhere around 50 years, maybe longer. We haven't been faced with the actual easement request. That would be a negotiation between the Parks Commission and the project proponents, or staff and the project proponents, with guidance from the commission.
If there's any more technical questions or things you'd like further detail on, I'd be happy to get those probably through Owen, and we would be happy to provide further information upon request.
Okay. If there are no other questions, no. Then thank you so much for your presentation and for coming out. Yeah, I think this is, as you mentioned, I think we all discovered the equity issues around broadband access over the pandemic. And so it's a good opportunity for the nation, and really happy that we're in a position to be able to support it through however small way. So thank you.
Well, appreciate your time. Thank you for allowing me to address you today.
All right. Apologies, we've had a few, we're just working with our schedule shuffling. The commission will enter an executive session pursuant to RCW 4230-110-1G to review the performance of a public employee and discuss potential litigation with the commission's assigned legal counsel pursuant to RCW 4230-110-1I. The commission will be in executive session until 4:30 p.m. No action will be taken during the executive session. The commission will reconvene in open session after the conclusion of the executive session.